Chapter 753. Zhuochanglu said nervously, "It's you. You finally found us." The man laughed. "Since I've found you, today will be the day you die." Zhuochanglu said, "Let the children go first. We'll settle our grudges ourselves. Don't even think about leaving." Two figures shot out from the thick fog and attacked Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding respectively. At this moment, Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian attacked at the same time. On one side, the sun was blazing, and on the other, the sky was covered with frost. "You want to hurt my parents? Who do you think you are?" With a boom, the thick fog expanded. Zhuoxiaonian's soul-snatching sword flashed, and a bone-piercing cold wind blew. She had used all her strength, and the endless cold almost froze the space around her. Her white clothes and long hair fluttered, and her face was filled with extreme cold, murderous intent. Suddenly, the space in front of her distorted, and a voice said, "Ice attribute? Not bad, but it's not enough." Zhuoxiaonian only felt a blur in front of her, and she was already dragged into another thick fog by another enemy. On the ground, the tiles cracked. The cold from before had caused the floor tiles to be frozen and cracked. They could only hear the sounds of battle ringing out unceasingly. The sound of swords whistling could be heard. Zhuoxiaonian's anxious voice could be heard, "Xiao Duo, take mom and dad away." Zhuoxiaoduo waved the civet cat sword and faced another tall enemy opposite him. He instantly scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense and immediately locked on to the life gate. He roared, "Mom and dad, you go first. Go back the way you came. Go quickly. Let's get rid of these two little things first." The tall and strong figure sneered. The thick fog rolled again, and the space was distorted. "Little thing, come in." Zhuoxiaoduo could no longer hear the movements outside. He did not know, see, or hear how Zhuoxiaonian was doing. He had no idea how mom and dad were doing. In front of him, there was only this terrifying enemy left. A single battle space. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyes instantly turned red. Damn it. The sword in Zhuoxiaoduo's hand instantly went crazy. Soft water sword, river sword, river sea sword, drizzle sword, and rainstorm sword poured out crazily. Child's play. The tall and strong figure opposite him did not say a word. With just a wave of his hand, he easily broke through Zhuoxiaoduo's swordsmanship. He broke through it effortlessly, as if it was at his fingertips. Zhuoxiaoduo gathered all the strength in his body and stabbed out. His body and sword became one, and light radiated in all directions. The long dragon-like sword light took shape in the air, like a fire dragon overturning the seas and rivers. This sword's attack was the sword's sword was the sword's. Is that it? Just as he was about to exert his strength to break the move, he saw Zhuoxiaoduo let go of his hand. This was not the time to let go and give up on the move. He had clearly become one with the sword, but he let go when the power was at its strongest. Whining sounds suddenly filled the world. A whirlwind suddenly rolled up. With a loud rumble, two shockingly large hammers appeared in the air. It was the 99 kitty hammer that Zhuoxiaoduo rarely used. One hammer fiercely pointed to the sky, the other resolutely pointed to the ground. The twin hammers suddenly separated from each other, and a humming sound was heard. It was as if this posture had already torn apart space. The heavenly finger hammer smashed down. The sky finger hammer and earth finger hammer repulsed each other like two magnets. As the sky finger hammer fell, the earth finger hammer was being driven away by the sky finger hammer. As for the earth finger hammer, it followed the sky finger hammer and also urged it to move. In an instant, a whirlwind formed. His first attack was the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. "Come die!" Along with the twin hammer's whirlwind, Zhuoxiaoduo roared and spun his body. His slender figure suddenly turned black in the fog. The vague figure spun his body, and a huge hammer with earth-shattering power smashed down violently. The tall figure opposite him was hidden in the thick fog. Only a blurry figure could be seen, and his face could not be seen. If Zhuoxiaoduo could see him, he would definitely see that his opponent's eyes were shining with surprise. Yes, surprise. The Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer's first attack had already caused such power. The destructive whirlwind had already begun to take shape. This kind of situation had greatly exceeded his expectations. "Good lad," the man shouted coldly. "Okay, behind me." Zhuoxiaoduo had already turned into a violent whirlwind. "Eat my hammer." This time, in this instant, he unleashed his full strength, which he had suppressed 17 times in the primal core realm. He unleashed all of his strength without holding back. He even used all the strength he had left in him. In an instant, the 99 kitty hammer had already turned into a thunderbolt. The void rumbled and shook. A powerful whirlwind that could destroy the heaven and earth rolled up like a world-destroying storm. Zhuoxiaoduo madly rushed towards the blurry figure. "Good!" the majestic figure bellowed. Then he cursed in his heart. "Who the hell are you?" "Motherfucker!" The man flipped his hands and a pair of hammers appeared in his hands. These hammers were actually not smaller than Zhuoxiaoduo's. His right hand moved and the hammers blocked the incoming 99 kitty hammer whirlwind. The two hammers collided violently. At this moment, the void collapsed. Lightning flashed in all directions and thunder roared faintly. Boom! The surroundings shook violently, and thick fog rolled out. "Hammers too!" Zhuoxiaoduo was shocked. "Damn, I met someone of the same profession." Zhuoxiaoduo roared. His body moved along with the vibration. He twisted his waist and the hammer in his left hand retracted with the vibration. He spun back to increase the rotation force. As his body spun, he twisted his waist and the hammer in his left hand fell like lightning. Its power was even stronger than the previous hammer. It was a strong attack. "Good hammers!" The tall figure opposite him shouted. He was even more surprised. The first hammer was blocked by him directly. This lad actually knew how to use the second hammer. So fast. This was a big surprise. He was afraid that even if he taught him personally, he would only be able to reach this level in such a short time. "Seal!" The man still did not retreat. This time, he used the hammer in his left hand to block. Once again, he blocked without any fancy moves. Another earth-shattering boom rang out. The two hammers collided violently. Lightning flashed in all directions. The void beside the hammers cracked like a spider web. "Awesome!" Then, Zhuoxiaoduo roared. The 1,000 Souls nightmare hammers were fully unleashed. The sky was filled with the shadows of the hammers. It was as dense as a rainstorm. Boom, boom, boom. The two hammers of the figure opposite him flew up and down. Every hammer hit hard. The crazy sound of collision and the crazy sparks made the space look like the fireworks of the Lantern Festival. If there were spectators here, they would have been shocked to death by the sound alone. No matter how Zhuoxiaoduo danced around like a whirlwind and attacked consecutively, each hammer was stronger than the previous one. The opponent's pair of hammers were always able to perfectly block and intercept Cat's hammer's landing point. Every hammer strike was tit for tat and there was no difference. It was clearly the simplest and most simple swing, but he seemed to know exactly where Zhuoxiaoduo's hammer would land without the slightest bit of error. In just a few seconds, the four hammers had collided hundreds of times. "Good hammers!" Zhuoxiaoduo roared. His fighting spirit became unprecedentedly fierce. Then, with the help of the vibration and the accumulated strength of hundreds of collisions, he flew up into the sky. The hammers in his hands suddenly hit each other in the air. With a loud boom, they bounced off each other. Then he flipped rapidly in the air. His whole body seemed to have turned into 3 heads and 6 arms. Hammers, 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 hammers. Several hammer skills merged together. At this moment, there was no need to care about the moves. It was all about instinct. Smash you to death. Smash you to death. I will definitely smash you to death. Zhuoxiaoduo showed an unprecedented desperation. He would either succeed or die trying. Through the exchange of blows just now, Zhuoxiaoduo knew that his opponent's strength was far above his own from the beginning to the end of the fight. But at this moment he could not afford to take a step back. He could only give it his all and fight with his life. "I, Master Zhuo, have always defeated the strong as the weak." Zhuoxiaoduo was focused on attacking and hoping for a fluke. Naturally, he did not know that the tall figure opposite him was getting more and more surprised. In the face of Zhuoxiaoduo's continuous attacks, Although he was still calm, the two hammers started to move up and down. They became closer and closer, and their strength gradually increased. However, he had increased his strength 4 or 5 times, but Zhuoduo was still energetic. He shouted loudly and fought fiercely. The power of the hammers in his hands was like the river and the sea. Each wave was higher than the last. Both of their hammers had collided thousands of times, but they were not at a disadvantage. Zhuoduo's aura also increased as his opponent's battle prowess continued to increase. Every strike of the hammers carried thousands of kilograms of force. The vibration became more and more violent, but Zhuoduo's momentum was getting fiercer and fiercer. Well, at least from the looks of it, they were evenly matched and there was no clear winner. Can you get stronger? The tall and strong figure suddenly gave a cold snort and suddenly increased his strength. The hammers spun, and ripples appeared in the void like the sea. The hammers smashed out with black light. And the increase in strength this time was a little too big, a little too sudden, to the extent that Zhuoduo only felt a surge of energy rushing towards him. His own 9-9 cat hammer was unable to withstand it and was sent flying backwards. His body also spun backwards, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. This was already Zhuoduo's godly reaction speed. One must know that the biggest taboo when swinging a sledgehammer was not to miss, but to be counterattacked by the opponent. Especially now that the opponent had rushed back, it had almost instantly broken Zhuoduo's sledgehammer momentum. It was already very commendable that he was able to retreat without suffering a backlash from his sledgehammer counterattack. Zhuoduo's eyes flashed with desperation. His eyes were bloodshot. He was no match for his opponent. This person was simply too strong. He was too strong to be shaken. Who was this person? He was so strong. Chapter 754. His opponent wanted to end the battle with one blow, but he didn't expect the kid to become even more excited despite the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He didn't look like he was hit by a hammer, but rather a shot of adrenaline. What a freak. Your father is a freak, and you are a freak too. The man muttered in his heart and sighed, your godfather is also. Zhuoduo roared and spun his hammers with even more force. The surface of the hammers flickered with the same destructive black light as his opponent's hammers. The faint black light wasn't as bright as his opponent's, but it was already fully formed. He fell from the sky. At this moment, his hair fluttered in the wind, as if a demon had descended. The hammer swung at a profound angle, smashing down madly like the horns of an antelope. Watch out for my hammers. The majestic figure on the other side was pleasantly surprised, and he almost blurted out praises. This destructive black light was a death ray that would only appear when the Thousand Souls nightmare hammers were trained to a certain level. This kid had only been training for a few days, but he had already produced such a death ray. The man didn't hold back as the black light swirled around him. The two hammers came crashing down like a tidal wave. At the same time, he did a somersault, smashed his hammers, turned around, swung his hammers, and leaned back at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of consecutive booms. A blazing aura suddenly rose. Zhuoduo's Flaming Sun Manual reached its peak in an instant. The Flaming Sun Manual and the 99 Kitty Hammer were Zhuoduo's trump cards. After fighting with ordinary elemental energy for so long, his opponent thought that he had no other trump cards that he suddenly attacked. The heat at this moment was enough to melt gold and iron. In the thick fog, the sun rose, the fire dragon rolled, and the heat wave rolled. A sea of fire burned the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The muscular man's eyes flashed with extreme shock and surprise. He didn't retreat, but instead attacked fiercely. Kid, I want to see how many trump cards you have. Zhuoduo was surprised to find that his opponent had increased his strength again. The high temperature that could melt gold and iron, as well as the kitty hammer that was like a furnace, had no effect on his opponent. He couldn't help but be completely shocked. What kind of monster is this? I'm strong and he's strong too. What the hell, are you playing with me? Raging flames soared into the sky as he smashed the hammer 400 times in a row. The ground was scorched red, and the fog in the air was set ablaze. However, the other party's figure remained hidden within the thick fog, and he was not injured at all. Motherfucker! I'm going all out. Zhuoduo suddenly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. With the help of the recoil, his body floated backward like a fallen leaf. With a wave of his hands, the sledgehammers rotated and his body retreated more than 10 meters like a whirlwind. The two sledgehammers once again turned into black light. Just when the black light was at its most dazzling, it suddenly flew out of his hand as he was retreating. Watch your left, my flying sky hammer. The sledgehammer was mixed with an abundant power that seemed to be able to destroy the world. It was extremely fast, and it overtook the flowing light. It created a black passage in the air and the fog, and suddenly appeared in front of the man. The man's eyes were dignified. He turned his head and dodged. The sledgehammer whooshed past his ear, and the hair on his head fluttered. The other sledgehammer also flew over with a sharp whistling sound. For the first time, a hint of anger flashed in the man's eyes. Not only did Zhuoduo call himself Daddy in front of him. How could a sledgehammer be used like this? You threw the sledgehammer, what are you going to use to attack the enemy and protect yourself? Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly felt the wind behind him. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. That person was also someone who had experienced hundreds of battles. Although he was surprised, his hands did not slow down in the slightest. He swung his sledgehammer backwards to meet the 9-9 cat hammer that was flying backwards. However, the result of the collision of the two hammers this time was far beyond that person's expectations. That man was a powerful cultivator who was much stronger than Zhuoduo. His control of strength and strength was also at the peak. The previous few times he increased his strength, it was all because of Zhuoduo's strength and power. He maintained the edge of winning by a little, but not by much. And just now, the strength that he used was still based on his previous evaluation, but it caused him to stumble, and he was actually hit to the point of stumbling. Fuck. The majestic man suddenly felt a little confused. What kind of sledgehammers are these? They actually flew back at then. The two sledgehammers that were not in Zhuoduo's hands actually swung themselves in the air, as if they were automatic attacks, and smashed toward that man in an extremely crazy manner. Although this person had been through hundreds of battles and had seen many things, he had never seen such a fighting style before. He was caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events. For a moment, he was thrown into a fluster. Well, this was mainly because the sledgehammers had no pattern in their movements, but they were full of strength. After 7 or 8 sledgehammers in a row, the man realized that there was actually a rope connected to the sledgehammers, which created the effect of remote control. He actually changed my 1,000 Souls nightmare hammer into a meteor hammer. That man was an expert in using sledgehammers. He was speechless for a while. He secretly praised Zhuoduo's nimble mind, but he also instantly came up with a plan to break the move. His body moved, and the momentum of his hammer was like a white steed flashing through a crack, knocking on the rope connected to the hammerhead. On the other side, Zhuoduo suddenly felt a boundless force coming toward him. His hands went numb, and he hurriedly turned them into soft strength, activating the mental cultivation method of lightness in heaviness. He held the dragon tendon whip firmly, and the other sledgehammer turned and smashed out. Then he shook his hands again, and the two sledgehammers flew back like swallows returning to their nest. He spun in the air and grabbed the handles again. As if he didn't have much time to react, he took advantage of this rotation and attacked again like a hurricane. The majestic man did not say a word, and the sledgehammers in his hands flew out. With a loud bang, the 4 sledgehammers collided again. Once again, the majestic man was unhappy with Zhuoduo's choice. The two of them had exchanged blows repeatedly, and Zhuoduo knew that his true strength was far above his. To him, such an extreme confrontation was not only impossible to win, but it would also lead to his defeat. It was the worst choice at the moment. However, at the moment when the 4 sledgehammers collided, another unforeseen event occurred. Puff! 2 cold lights suddenly appeared and shot out rapidly. It was a hair's breadth away from the opponent's eyes. Damn it! He blurted it out without thinking. This attack was too sudden. Even if the majestic man was experienced in hundreds of battles, he still could not react in time. However, this so-called reaction was still limited to the current situation. The majestic man, who seemed to be about to be hit by the two cold lights, actually spat out a mouthful of saliva. He actually used a mouthful of thick phlegm to hit away the two needles hidden on the sledgehammers that Zhuoxiao Duo suddenly shot out. He said angrily, "What kind of fighting method is this? It's a mess." Although he scolded angrily in his heart, he took a deep breath. That was close. This kid actually had a trap on his sledgehammers. Damn it, he really took after his father. So cunning. He even installed a hidden weapon on the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. This is simply fucking dog's hit. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation was far higher than this brat's, he wouldn't have been able to dodge the two hidden weapons that this brat had thrown at him earlier if he was only a person with the strength that he had just displayed. Needless to say, it would penetrate his eyes, and it would even penetrate his brain. Moreover, this was calculated based on the fact that he was only at the peak of nascent soul. If he was really at the peak of nascent soul, he would definitely die, and the battle would end in an instant. No, not only nascent soul, but even spirit control cultivators would not be able to escape the fate of losing their lives. This move was really too dangerous, too cunning. Among 100 hammer control cultivators, at least 90 of them would use a bold and powerful style of fighting. As for the remaining 10, of course, they would be even bolder, attacking with all their might. For someone like Zhuoxiao Duo who was able to use hidden weapons and execute such a precise and insidious fighting style, it was more than 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000, it was simply 1 in 10,000, 1 in 1,000,000, 1 in 1,000,000. This old man used what I thought was at the peak of the origin core realm to fight with him, but I was actually suppressed. No wonder Bing Ming suffered a loss in the hands of this kid. All the way to nascent soul, middle nascent soul, and finally peak nascent soul. I was actually almost killed. The shock in this person's heart was already overwhelming. This is what I thought was at the peak of nascent soul. Why isn't this kid my biological son? First he used a sword. Then he used a hammer. When he used a hammer, he hit the flaming sun scripture. When he revealed the flaming sun scripture, he revealed a meteor hammer. Then he revealed a hidden weapon that if it was someone else, they would have been killed long ago. Not only was the tall and strong figure shocked, Zhuoxiao Duo was even more frightened, and his entire body turned cold. The hidden weapon that he had been preparing for a long time, and he had always thought of as his final trump card, was actually sent flying by this kid with a spit. A spit? Two of his most powerful hidden weapons, the heavenly witchcraft copper all needles, were sent flying. What level of strength was this kid at? The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. The difference was like heaven and earth. His body spun again, and the 99 kitty hammer was still powerful and heavy. Zhuoxiao's eyes narrowed. I admit that I can't beat you. But even if I can't beat you, I will fight until the last moment so that my parents can go further away. The 99 kitty hammer spun again. Its power did not decrease. More than 10,000 collisions that the tall and strong figure was already inexplicably shocked. This kid actually still has strength. He believed that no one in the world knew better than him what kind of strength was needed to support this kind of hammer technique. According to common sense, this kid should have no strength after a few hundred collisions. If he forced himself to continue, his arm would only be damaged because it was unable to bear the load. It might even lead to irreparable damage. Because this kind of shock was the most difficult to treat for the human body's muscles and veins. But this kid in front of him had collided with him more than 10,000 times. And he was actually fine. How did he do it? Chapter 755. Even the muscular figure could not understand what was going on. Not to mention the origin core realm, even a cloud transformation realm or god reigning realm cultivator might not be able to achieve such a feat. On the other side, Zhuoxiao Duo suddenly let out a hysterical roar. The muscular figure could clearly hear the desperation in Zhuoxiao's roar. He could not help but be shocked. This is bad. I've forced this brat too much. What is this brat trying to do? Zhuoxiao Duo continued to spin and swing his hammer. He was using one of the trump cards of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, the world-shattering hammer. At this moment, the muscular figure was no longer just shocked. He was completely shocked. How could he use this move now? It was a move that utilized all of his strength. All of the strength here, including the strength of his soul, origin energy, mental energy, and life force, were all concentrated in this move. If one's cultivation was not at the sky realm, the result of using this move could only be described in one word: death. Whether or not he could kill his opponent, he would definitely die. He had to die. It was an extreme move that would harm himself before injuring the enemy. It was a move that would definitely kill him. Fuck, this little bastard is going to fight me to the death. No, he's going to fight me to the death. He doesn't care about the other consequences. I can't continue fighting. If this continues, this brat will play himself to death before I even do anything. The muscular figure retreated with a whoosh. He retreated dozens of meters and his entire body disappeared into the fog. His retreat was so fast that it felt like he was tearing space apart. Zuoshaoduo actually has such a son. Very good. Truly amazing. You're still very young and inexperienced. You're not my opponent at all. I'll remember this grudge for now. When your cultivation reaches a certain level, I'll come and find you again. It's rare for someone like me to be able to use hammers so well. It's a pity to kill you. For the sake of the genius of the generation, I'll let your father go this time. Zuoshaoduo snorted. With the hammers in his hands, his aura surged. Let's fight again. In the fog, the muscular figure asked, what's the name of this pair of hammers? Could it be called the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer as well? He probably wouldn't dare. He would probably avoid it. However, to be able to train the hammer to such a level, it was already enough for him to have a bold and powerful name. Zuoshaoduo swung the sledgehammer in an awe-inspiring manner. This hammer is called the 99 Cat Hammer. 99 Cat Hammer. On the other side, the majestic figure suddenly swayed, as if he had been smashed on the head by a cat hammer. For a moment he was seeing stars. Fuck, I beat you up like a toy, but in the end, I was defeated by your name. Good name. The majestic figure gritted his teeth. She felt her chest tighten. The kind of chest tightness that made him want to kill someone. His thoughts weren't so clear for a moment. Damn it. If I don't leave now, I'm afraid I'll die of anger here. See you in the Jianghu. A mumbling voice followed behind, as if he was cursing something. His mouth was foul. Zuoshaoduo watched as the other party's body drifted further and further away until it disappeared into thin air. This terrifying enemy had mysteriously disappeared into the thick fog. When the other party had disappeared, Zuoshaoduo roared, "Don't run. I can still fight for another 3,000 rounds." However, he immediately retracted the sledgehammer and continuously spun for another 100 or 200 rounds before he finally withdrew all the strength that he had exerted to the limit. He still felt that all the meridians in his body were about to burst, and he didn't have the least bit of strength left in his body. He slumped to the ground like mud that had been poured with boiling water. For a moment, he was sweating profusely, and his body was as soft as noodles that had just been put into a pot. His heart was still in shock. After panting for a while, he still couldn't get up with his own strength. Just now, he had overdrawn too much that he couldn't hold the sledgehammer anymore. Sitting on the ground, he felt the cool feeling of his butt touching the cement floor. He couldn't help but feel relieved. I'm still in the city. I just don't know what kind of formation this is. The ground is too cold. I don't know if I'll have diarrhea if I sit for too long. Even though he didn't have the least bit of strength left, it didn't stop Zuoshaoduo from letting his imagination run wild. After a long while, he was sure that the enemy was really gone. Then he spat, "Idiot. You actually gave the enemy a chance to grow. You're definitely an idiot. The last person who did this is now so lush that you can't even find the grave mound. Just based on the cultivation that you showed tonight. Humph, I can smash you to death with my sledgehammer in less than a year. Cherishing a genius. Hehehe, a genius like me is someone that you can cherish? Idiot. The next time we meet, I'll smash you with my sledgehammer." After a long time, a certain genius finally felt that his strength had recovered a little. Only then did he put the 9x9 cat hammer into his ring. He staggered out of the room. Zuochanglu and his wife were leaning against a lamppost by the roadside, waiting leisurely in the midst of chaos. After a while, a tall and strong figure appeared. The smile on his face, the happiness, the gratification that came from the bottom of his heart, and the excitement of suddenly picking up a treasure couldn't be concealed and couldn't be concealed. Even from a distance, one could feel the joy on this person's body. With an extremely majestic figure, messy hair, and a height of 2.5 meters, it was the invincible Flood Witch. Zhuochanglu and his wife dared to bet. In their lives, ever since they met the Flood Witch, they had never seen this guy so happy. Well, no, it should be that they had never seen this guy smile before. But now, this guy was so happy that he looked like a 200-pound idiot. His mouth was so wide that it almost reached the back of his ears. Ha ha. The Flood Witch had just appeared, and she had already let out a long and happy laugh. Her heart was full of joy, almost overflowing. Not bad, really not bad. The Flood Witch strode in front of Zhuochanglu. Her eyes narrowed as she smiled. Unexpectedly, she reached out and patted Zhuochanglu's shoulder. She spoke in an unprecedentedly affectionate tone, as if she was about to laugh out loud. Not bad, our son is not bad. Not bad, I really want him. Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding were stunned. Was this really the Flood? The invincible Flood? Wasn't this too unnatural? The Flood Witch laughed heartily and breathed heavily. Not bad. For so many years, I have never found a successor who could barely meet my expectations. I didn't expect that today you would send me a perfect successor beyond my imagination. Old Zhua, you old man, you really know how to give birth to a son. The Flood Witch laughed and gave a thumbs up. Not bad. Today, we finally acknowledge this son of ours. Wu Yuding was speechless. Only he is not bad? Wu Yuding said angrily, let him give birth to a son himself. Let's see if he can give birth to a son. The Flood Witch stopped talking. She scratched her head, coughed, and said, Sister-in-law, this matter. It must be your contribution. Sister-in-law, you are not bad. Our son is not bad. The couple looked at the sky speechlessly. If Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding hadn't known about the Great Witch's character, they would have known that the Great Witch wouldn't have used such a method of verbal advantage. Otherwise, they would have fallen out with each other on the spot. This guy who has been fighting with us for so many years can't be such a fool, right? It is said that since ancient times, fools can only produce masters. It seems that this sentence is also reasonable. That's what Zhuochanglu coughed and said, that hammer, is it okay? It is more than okay. The Flood Witch gave a thumbs up. When I was his age and in this realm, I didn't even have 30% of his combat power. He thought for a while and said, at most, it is about 20%. And in terms of endurance, it is less than 20%. He sighed. Without my personal guidance, you still have to hide and act like a rat in front of your own son. It's just that our son has groped by himself. To be able to cultivate to such a level, it's really a surprise beyond our greatest expectations. The Flood Witch sighed. I am very gratified to have a son like this. Wu Yuding snorted and finally couldn't help retorting, stop right there. Don't keep saying, our son. That's my son. You're just his godfather. Also, in terms of position, we are still enemies. Why are you so gratified? The Flood Witch said lightly, so what if we are enemies? Even if I die in the hands of our son in the future, he is still my godson and my successor. Is there anything wrong with this? Zhuochanglu snorted and said, Bah, you are dreaming. You actually want to die in the hands of your godson. Aren't you afraid that his luck will backfire? The Flood Witch laughed and didn't feel offended at all. Instead, she was even happier. This was certain. If the Flood Witch wanted to die, he could die in anyone's hands, but he could not die in Zhuoxiaodua's hands. But this trip is not in vain. I will go back now. You should also quickly deploy on your side. In the future, the Sun-Moon Pass will be the flesh and blood grinder of our two families. If you don't deploy well, we won't get much improvement on our side. The Flood Witch threw out a jade pendant. This is my experience of hammering. It is all in there. I have erased all traces of my identity that you gave to our son. Thank you, Brother Hong, Zhuochanglu said solemnly. Wasn't this the reason why he put in so much effort to set up this game? It is nothing. The flood which waved her hand and said freely, our son is good, so he is worth cultivating. Cultivate him with the greatest effort. He sighed inexplicably in his heart and said, after I went back this time, I understood the matter of taking in a godson. At that time I was very angry. I don't need to hide this part. This matter, it was clearly you, old cunning bastard, who tricked me. But now I am very gratified, really gratified. The flood which looked at Zhuochanglu solemnly. Although at that time, you set me up and schemed against me. But in the long run, you might be the one who helped me the most. Chapter 756. So, let's leave the matter of right and wrong for another day. The flood which laughed and strode away. I'm going back to the Starry Mountains. If possible, find a way to let our son enter the Crown Prince's Academy. This is a good opportunity for him. Zhuochanglu hurriedly stopped her. I still have something to ask you. You want to leave? Is it that easy? You haven't done anything yet. It's not easy to get a long-term job. How can I let you leave just like that? What's the matter? Flood stopped and frowned. Our son has the Goblet of Annihilation Space Tower. I want you to transform the Goblet of Annihilation Space Tower into a treasure that can recognize its owner, Zhuochanglu said. Wu Yuding covered her mouth and laughed. You're the godfather. It's not right for you to not do anything. Today, you can do a long-term job. As for who to find to do this, the couple could be said to have racked their brains. Since the Goblet of Annihilation Space Tower was not unique, no matter who they found, it would be dangerous. They wanted to find Yu Xingchen, but Yu Xingchen's son, Yu Dongtian, also had a Goblet of Annihilation Space Tower. If they insisted on getting to the bottom of it, they would expose all their son's trump cards. The flood which was the most suitable candidate. They were enemies and the biggest enemies. But this guy was Zhuoxiaoduo's godfather. Most importantly, the flood which was a person of her word. She was very trustworthy. When it came to doing things, she was the person that Zhuochanglu and his wife could trust the most. The couple was speechless about this result. The most trustworthy person was actually his greatest enemy. This was something that had never happened before. The flood witch's eyes lit up. Is there such a thing? The Goblet of Annihilation Space Tower can recognize its owner? If you weren't the only one who could do this, I wouldn't tell you. Zhuochanglu was speechless. It's great that he has such a treasure with him. I'll just hide and wait. The flood which was very straightforward. She immediately hid her figure, and after a wave of mental energy, the thick fog quickly disappeared. On the left, Zhuoxiaoyan ran out, sweating profusely. Dead. Mother, where are you? On the right, Zhuoxiaoduo stumbled out. Dead. Zhuochanglu and Wu Yuding looked at each other and felt a warm feeling in their hearts. A filial son and a filial daughter, two geniuses. At this point in life, what more could he ask for? We're fine, Zhuochanglu said loudly. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan rushed over when they heard the commotion. They were only relieved when they saw that their parents were safe and sound. Both of their faces were pale, almost devoid of color. This battle was extremely thrilling and difficult for Zhuoxiaoduo, and for Zhuoxiaoyan, it was also extremely dangerous. They were no match for the opponent at all. Even if they used all their trump cards and risked their lives, they were still no match for the opponent. This was the first time that Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan felt so powerless since they started practicing martial arts. In the past, they could still feel the gap between them, but this time, they couldn't even tell where the opponent's limit was. It's good that you're fine. Zhuoxiaoduo bent over and held his knees with both hands, gasping for breath. Fortunately, I beat that guy away. That guy is really strong, but he's a little stupid. Like a fool, he actually let his enemy grow. The flood witch, who was hiding in the dark, frowned. She really wanted to jump out and hit him with a hammer. Zhuochanglu coughed and said, he's an old friend of mine. Even if he's an enemy and we're on opposite sides, he's still an elder after all. You can fight and kill, but you can't be rude. Zhuochanglu supported Zhuoxiaoduo, and Wu Yuding supported Zhuoxiaoyan. After walking for dozens of meters, they slowly recovered some strength. Zhuochenglu seemed to suddenly remember something and said, "By the way, Xiao Duo, where's your Tower of Annihilation? Let me see if I can hide in it if anything happens in the future." Xiao Duo took out the Tower of Annihilation from the space ring and said, "It's here. Take a look." Zhuochenglu put it in his pocket and said with a smile, "I'm too careless. You just went through a big battle and are exhausted. How can you care about this? Go back and rest. I'll take a look when I get back." In the void. The flood which got Zhuoxiaoduo's Tower of Annihilation. She looked at it for a moment and felt its texture. Then she began to modify it. A strong force of origin suddenly diffused. "Boss, what are you doing?" The fire which was shocked. "Nothing." The great flood which carefully modified it, then waved his hand and threw it into the pocket of Zhuochenglu, who was already miles away from him. It was silent. Moreover, a gentle force supported Zhuochenglu as he walked for a dozen steps. Only then did Zhuochenglu's pocket drop heavily. Zhuochenglu didn't look back. He put his hands behind his back and waved gently. Then he went with his family. From beginning to end, the flood which didn't even open it to take a look except for the modification. "Let's go back to the Starry Mountains." "Okay. On the way." The great fire shaman praised, "Boss, your goddaughter is really amazing. She's only at the cloud transformation realm, but I've already used the power of the peak of the return profound realm to suppress her. I even almost couldn't control the situation and failed miserably." The flood which frowned, "Really?" But there was a hint of joy in her eyes. The great wizard of fire walked for a while and finally said, "Boss, I have to say something. Although these two are your adopted son and daughter, but the growth of these two little guys is too fast. Once they grow up, they will definitely be a strong enemy of our wizard alliance, a big problem." The flood walked with his hands behind his back. He was carefree and didn't say anything. The fire which said, "Last time, Bing Ming lost the ice spirit. We thought it would be okay to give it to Zhuoxiaoduo. But we didn't expect that Zhuoxiaoduo had a daughter whose ice property is not inferior to Bing Ming's. And it seems that she is stronger than Bing Ming, because she obviously hasn't absorbed the ice spirit." "I can feel it," Yi Zichen said. "That's too scary. We made a mistake. If we knew earlier, we wouldn't have given it to them." The fire which felt a little depressed, "Boss, these two grew up together, one yin and one yang. They are both at the peak. And they are engaged. Once they reach the Sky-Soar realm, the convergence of yin and yang, they will become a strong enemy almost immediately. With their innate ability to fight above their level, once they reach that realm, with the help of the Ice Soul, the Flaming Sun Scripture, and the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. The two of them working together would be able to suppress our secret shaman experts. But this is a little scary." The flood which still didn't say anything. The fire which cautiously looked at the flood witch's face and said softly, "In the future, even existences like us might lose our lives in their hands. The potential of this young man and woman is really terrifying." The flood which walked with her hands behind her back. "You mean they have the potential to reach the level of Zuwu, or the level of the Demon Emperor?" The fire which was silent for a moment. In his heart, he carefully measured Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaoyan again. He compared them with the 11 brothers one by one in his heart. Finally, he compared them with the flood which when she was young. After half an hour, he finally said with certainty, "Yes, I think they are." The flood which smiled faintly and said, "Fire, you think too much." The fire which said, "It's not too much, but it's very likely." The flood which walked with her hands behind her back and said, "There is an old saying in the human race, talented people come out of every generation, and they will lead the world for tens of thousands of years. In the past, if His Majesty the Demon Emperor didn't have magnanimity, there would be no Zhu Wu in the future. And if the witches and demons didn't have magnanimity, there would be no Dao League or demon race. In our era, if the predecessors didn't have magnanimity, there would be no opportunity for us to rise, and if we didn't have magnanimity, there would be no rise of the Sky Patrol and the Star Plucker. Maybe you don't understand, but you have to see that with the return of the Demon Alliance, The Umno Alliance and the human race will cooperate with each other for survival. And the magnanimity in the past gave the Sky Patrol and the Star Plucker the opportunity to rise. But it also provided us with help. It's because of the rise of these people that the human race's current combat power doesn't fall behind the Umno Alliance infinitely. The number of human experts who rose in these years is much more than the Wu people and the Dao League. Now, there are geniuses like Zhuoxiao Duo who can suppress the world in the future. Of course, they may be our enemies, but they may also be our help. In this world, there are no eternal enemies. There will be no eternal enemies. Even if we and the demon race are eternal enemies, it's not necessarily true. The Flood said, the so-called enemy depends on how far your vision can see. If you can see further, you will cherish these enemies, because these people are the best whetstones on our path forward. Cultivating alone in a secret room for 100 years is not as good as walking and fighting in the martial world for 10 years. And when you reach a certain level of cultivation, cultivating in seclusion alone for 100,000 years is not as good as fighting at the same level. This is vision. In the eyes of the higher-ups, what they see is never revenge, but the future. The stars are chess pieces, and the sky is the board. Only those who can play chess with the chess pieces are awesome. Even if we can't play chess with the chess pieces as chess pieces, we can also kill our own world. If we are chess pieces, then our final goal is to jump out of the chessboard. The Flood Witch's voice was very slow. Exterminate the astral souls? Unify the continent? What is that? What is that? It's just a game. Lai Hua, you guys have to improve your realm, especially the realm of vision. If your vision can't reach it, your state of mind will never reach it. If your state of mind can't reach it, your achievements will never reach it. Then you can only struggle in the mortal world. You can't stand at the highest point and watch the mortal world turn upside down. The Great Witch of Fire listened carefully and seriously. Every word was deeply engraved in his heart. He only felt that his soul was being shaken again and again. It turned out that the boss had already seen so far. We are too far behind. The Flood Witch rarely spoke so much. Even as one of the 12 Great Witches, the Fire Witch and the others rarely saw the Flood Witch talk endlessly. And today, the Flood Witch was obviously in an extremely good mood. This was a rare moment in thousands of years. Therefore, the Fire Witch cherished it very much. These words pointed straight to the Great Tao. Chapter 757. The Flood Witch's words were like the opening of a new world for the Inferno Witch. After you go back, you can pass on these words to the other brothers. The Flood Witch gave a rare smile. Although we brothers may not be able to walk side by side to the end, but to be able to walk a bit more, to be able to travel a bit more, to have a few more possibilities is also quite good. Boss. Thank you, boss. The Inferno Witch was sincerely convinced. As for things like killing geniuses, of course you can do it, but those who can be killed are all ordinary geniuses. And the real geniuses who can dominate a generation. The Flood Witch smiled faintly. And the geniuses who can dominate a generation like Zhuoxiao Duo and Zhuoxiaonian. The Flood Witch smiled and said, why don't you try killing them? Not to mention that there are so many people who won't let you do it, I can be sure that. Even if you personally kill them when they are weak, they may not die. If they don't die, there will definitely be relatives who will die for them. Once this kind of thing happens, from then on, it will be a real blood feud that will not end until death. When I came back, I also heard about the matter of Zhuoxiaonian's Phoenix Pulse Spirit. Did it succeed? The Flood Witch laughed mockingly. It is said that at that time, Dan Kong was so anxious that he was on fire. It is simply ridiculous. On the surface, it seems that a group of low-level cultivators in the Phoenix Pulse Spirit is in imminent danger. However, there is a person surnamed Zhuo over there who has transformed into a mortal with complete memories. Their daughter can't be protected? Do you know how many backup plans that person surnamed Zhuo has arranged? A cloud transformation realm cultivator can protect the Phoenix Pulse Spirit and fight so fiercely. Any random spirit regaining Mysterious can guarantee that there will be no mistakes. And how many spirit-regaining mysterious can that person surnamed Zwa mobilize? They just want their daughter to experience all of this for real, and also to see if their daughter has the kind of heavenly luck to break through by herself. If she can break through by herself, then her future will be limitless and heavenly luck. But when their daughter can't break through by herself, will they really watch their daughter die? The flood which snorted and scolded, "You guys were so stupid." The raging fire which stamped his feet and complained, "How do we know that you and the one surnamed Zwa are in that small town? The one with the surname Zwa has his memories, but you don't. You won't be able to send any news back. You'll be played like a fool. Zwa won't tell us anything either." The flood which looked at the fire witch. There was a strange look in his eyes. This bastard, is this ice nether? Could it be that his personality was contagious? "Boss, I was wrong." Lai Hua lowered his head and admitted his mistake. The flood which looked him up and down 7 or 8 times. She really wasn't angry. Or perhaps the strange feeling overpowered the feeling of anger. Could it be that this brother-in-law and little brother-in-law had switched bodies? Forget it, I'm in a good mood today. At that time, I might as well have done them a favor. Now, the situation is that Zwa Xiaoyan's Phoenix Pulse spirit has succeeded, and Sha Palang is destined to be destroyed. Because they have offended the owner of the Phoenix Vein. If they can't kill the owner of the Phoenix Vein, they will definitely suffer from the backlash. The flood which smiled faintly, this kind of genius who can suppress the world is just like the destiny in the legend. He has his own team. And when this kind of person grows, his team will also grow with him. Once he grows up, he will be a behemoth who can suppress the world. This sense of destiny is based on the legend of the Water Margin's 100 Devil Stars, the team of the founding emperors of the past dynasties. I'm not making it up. And this is the luck of the heavens. The flood which looked at the raging fire which with deep eyes. "Do you understand?" "I understand." The raging fire which took a deep breath, cold sweat dripping down. He could hear the unprecedented chill in his boss's voice. Even when they returned to the villa, Zwa Xiaoduo and Zwa Xiaoyan still had lingering fears. Although they were extraordinarily talented, endowed by nature, and had far more life experience than their peers, their real age experience was only slightly better than their peers. When encountering this kind of event that was beyond their control, they might not be able to deal with it well. Just like the current situation, they would also be scared and fearful. After the event, they would still be scared and would wake up from their dreams in the middle of the night. Since the other party has left, they won't come back. They are also people of high status. If they don't succeed in the first attack, they won't pester us anymore. Zwa Changlu comforted, "Basically, it's all right. After experiencing today's incident, you too should understand that there is always someone better than you. Seize the time to improve your cultivation. Well, Xiao Duo, my friend, is coming soon. In half an hour, come to me and take back the Tower of Annihilation. You just need to drip your blood on it and it's done." At this time, Zwa Xiaoduo really felt that his whole body was hollowed out. The battle just now had not only exhausted him mentally, but also physically. He had almost overdrawn himself to the limit. Right now, he really needed to rest urgently. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never felt so tired. "Thank you, Thvid. I'll go back to my room to rest." Zwa Xiaoduo turned around and hugged Zwa Xiaoyan's waist. He said bitterly, "Sister Nian Yan, come and look at my lower back. I was hit by the other party during the battle just now. I think my bones are broken. It was a fierce battle. Although I heard a crack, I couldn't care less about it. I could only focus on fighting for my life. Now that I've relaxed, why does it hurt so much?" It hurts so much?" Zwa Xiaoyan was shocked. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Don't move, I'll take you to treat your injuries now." Without another word, she carried Zwa Xiaoduo in a princess carry. She used her vital energy to completely protect Zwa Xiaoduo's waist and abdomen. Then she left in a hurry. Zwa Xiaoduo groaned in Zwa Xiaoyan's arms. His face, which was hidden in her arms, was carried away comfortably. Behind them, Zwa Changlu and Wu Yuding were speechless. Wu Yuding complained helplessly, "Did you see the trick your son used? It's exactly the same trick you used to trick me back then. You didn't secretly teach him that, did you? Zhuo was also speechless. Can you not associate everything with me? Why don't you talk about Enrich Princess Carrie? Isn't it exactly the same as yours back then? Anyway, like father like son. Neither father nor son is good. The two of us are destined to be eaten by the two of you. Wu Yuding's face was full of disdain. She turned and entered the bedroom. Zhuo followed her in. Why is it only the two of us are bad? Do you think I'm the only one who gave birth to this? Could it not be that like mother, like son? Your double standards are too obvious. You get all the good things. Zhuo, you're very arrogant today. The door slammed shut with a bang. They came to Zhuo Xiaoduo's bedroom. Zhuo Xiaonian's face was full of anxiety. He gently put Zhuo Xiaoduo down. Where are you hurt? Quickly let me see. Zhuo Xiaoduo twisted his waist in pain. Why did you hug me just now? When you hugged me just now, I think I hurt myself. Now it hurts even more. Zhuo Xiaonian was getting more and more anxious. He said, why didn't you say so earlier? You could have said so earlier. Hurry up and show it to me. Zhuo Xiaoduo casually waved his hand and hugged Zhuo Xiaonian's slender waist. His whole body was almost hanging on Zhuo Xiaonian's body. He moved step by step to the bed and said in a painful voice, it hurts, it hurts. Zhuo Xiaonian held him carefully. Don't move if it hurts. Let me see. Let me see. Unknowingly, they were at the bedside. Zhuo Xiaoduo hugged Zhuo Xiaonian's waist and said softly, Nian cat. Zhuo Xiaonian was stunned. ? As soon as she raised her head, her lips were covered. Then she felt her body sway. She was pressed down on the bed by Zhuo Xiaoduo. At this time, Zhuo Xiaonian knew that she had fallen into a trap. But she didn't have any intention to resist. Xiaoduo said that it was normal for fiancés to kiss and hug as long as they didn't do the last step. I looked it up on the internet. It's normal for couples to do this. As long as they don't do the last step, it's really okay. After a long time, Zhuo Xiaonian blushed and pushed him away. Why aren't you getting the Annihilation Tower? You need to hurry up and cultivate. You're not strong enough now. Haven't you tasted the feeling of losing control? Zhuo Xiaoduo was not satisfied. He begged, there's no rush. It's right to strike a balance between work and rest. Let me touch you again. Just one more time. Zhuo Xiaonian gathered her energy and floated away. She covered her chest and blushed. Don't force me. I'll give it to you sooner or later. But not now. Zhuo Xiaoduo pouted and said coquettishly, Sister Nian. Zhuo Xiaonian couldn't bear to see him like this. Her heart softened instinctively. She controlled herself and flew away from the window. There's no rush for love. Think about the strong enemy tonight. If we don't become strong as soon as possible, how can we protect mom and dad? How can we protect each other? Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but sigh. All right. He got up and went to his parents' room to get the Annihilation Tower. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed again and again. He took out the cat spirit sword and pricked his finger gently. It was not much bigger than a mosquito bite, but blood was already flowing out. It's still a little painful to do it myself. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed and dripped his blood on the Annihilation Tower. Who said that it won't hurt when you become a master? That guy should be spanked. Drops of blood were squeezed out by him. Zhuo Xiaonian had returned at some point and was watching curiously. She watched as the blood dripped onto the Tower of Annihilation and was immediately absorbed. As the drops of blood dripped down, they were absorbed one by one, leaving no trace behind. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He had been too gentle just now, and the wound was too small. Now that Zhuo Xiaonian was beside him, if he had been so careful, the first thing he felt was embarrassment. So he said, Nian cat, come and help me prick it. Zhuo Xiaonian took out a small dagger and pricked the original wound again. Finally, there was more blood. From start to finish, half a teacup's worth of blood had dripped onto the tower. However, the Annihilation Tower was still not done absorbing. It absorbed as much blood as it came. It was like a bottomless pit. Chapter 758. Both of them panicked. Why did it take so much blood to bind the pagoda to him? At Zhuoxiaoduo's level of cultivation, his body's regenerative ability was too strong. He had already cut himself 7 or 8 times. How could it not be enough that Zhuoxiaoduo grimaced? This was real pain. It was a completely different kind of pain compared to when the thorny road compressed his vital essence. Finally that the pagoda of emptiness suddenly emitted a faint red light, Zhuoxiaoduo was overjoyed. He slapped himself hard on the hand again. His face twisted as he screamed. Blood gushed out again like a small stream flowing into the pagoda of emptiness. In an instant, the red light became even more intense that after a long while, the red light suddenly intensified. The entire pagoda of emptiness spun in the void and turned into a ray of red light. It quietly flew to Zhuoxiaoduo's right wrist and merged into it. How magical! Zhuoxiaoyan grabbed Zhuoxiaoduo's right hand and looked at it carefully. She saw a tattoo of a small pagoda on his wrist. She could not help but click her tongue in amazement. Zhuoxiaoduo's mind moved and a space suddenly appeared in front of them. The way to enter was different from before. Zhuoxiaoduo instinctively held Zhuoxiaoyan's hand and walked in. It was easy for both of them to enter, but when Zhuoxiaoyan wanted to come out, she found that she could not. After several attempts, both of them found that only when Zhuoxiaoduo agreed to let Zhuoxiaoyan out could Zhuoxiaoyan go out. Once she went out, she could not enter by herself. All of this showed that the pagoda of emptiness had become Zhuoxiaoduo's possession. No one else could get a share of it. That's great. Zhuoxiaoyan looked envious. When I have the chance, I'll get you one too. Zhuoxiaoduo laughed. Why do we need so many? This one is enough for both of us. Zhuoxiaoyan said, let's start practicing. All right. One night in the outside world was almost 13 days in the Tower of Annihilation. Zhuoxiaoduo had absorbed all the dragon blood flying daggers in one round of cultivation. Even the jade of top-grade astral souls had been consumed a lot in the end. Half of the cultivation room that was built with high-grade star soul jade collapsed with a crash. With the sudden turn of events, the two of them could not help but escape in a sorry state. Looking at the other party's dusty face, they found it amusing. They looked at each other and smiled. How is it? 21 suppression. Zhuoxiaoduo took a deep breath. He should be reaching his limit soon. Can we use the 9 heaven spirit spring now? I should be able to wait for a few more rounds. I think the limit should be 29 or 30 times. Zhuoxiaoduo calculated in his mind. All right. I still have to wait for a long time. I have just reached the peak of transformation cloud and have yet to start my first compression. It's okay. Take it slow. With the help of the space-destroying pagoda, we have plenty of time. A woo! A childish roar suddenly sounded. Zhuoxiaoduo turned to look at the source of the sound. They saw 2 mini tigers on the ground of the space-destroying pagoda. As far as the eye could see, they were covered in fluffy yellow fur. They looked very cute. One of them had a little black fur on its ear. Wow, you guys are out. Zhuoxiaoduo was delighted. This pair of mini tigers was the pair of saber-winged tigers. The saber-winged tigers that originally weighed thousands of pounds were now only 4 or 5 pounds at most. They looked very cute. At this moment, the tiger couple was looking at Zhuoxiaoduo with fear in their eyes. What happened? Why did we suddenly become small? The 2 sword-winged tigers were panic-stricken and inexplicably terrified. What happened? Didn't we just eat that strange thing that attracted tigers? Then suddenly, from an adult man and woman, and the kind of adult man and woman with a group of children. We turned into 2 kawais that the male tiger looked at himself and his wife. He had an urge to cry. Now, both of us added together are not even as big as my second brother. What should we do? Moreover, that kind of urge, he couldn't bring it up at all that the greatest joy of a tiger's life was gone just like that? Oh God, oh Earth, I won't be greedy anymore. Don't let me lose the joy of a tiger's life. So cute. Zhuoxiaoyan liked it at first sight. Girls all liked small and cute things, especially this kind of tiger that was not even as big as a kitten. It was really cute. The kind that had no resistance at all. A woo! The male tiger was furious. Compared to her husband, the tigress was calmer. Especially after seeing Zhuoxiaoduo, she felt more relieved. There was a good person here. That was equivalent to nothing. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian each held a tiger cub that looked like a cat and walked out of the space of the Tower of Annihilation side by side. They went to Zhuo Changlu's room immediately. Dad, 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 the tiger cub hatched. Zhuoxiaoduo reported happily. Zhuo Changlu and his wife were speechless. How did your tiger cub hatch? Not bad. Zhuo Changlu looked at the two saber-winged tigers in front of him. The sharp sword-like wings that they were born with had disappeared. Now they were just two cute little kittens that were acting cute. They have completely shed the blood of ordinary tigers. Their future is promising. Zhuo Zhanglu nodded and said, you two can choose one each. First, you can establish a spirit-beast contract. When your mother and I leave, we will take these two little things with us. Then, we will help you train them carefully. I want the tigress. Zhuoxiaoduo raised his hand. Zhuoxiaonian stared at him with her beautiful eyes. What do you mean? I want the tigress. Zhuoxiaoduo changed his mind immediately and followed the good advice. Being a coward is a kind of attitude. Being a coward is a kind of wisdom. Being a coward is a kind of retreat in order to advance. Yes, it was like this. Wu Yuding was speechless for a while. Therefore, it was decided that the tigress would belong to Zhuoxiaonian and the tigress would belong to Zhuoxiaoduo. Zhuoxiaoduo directly took out a knife and drew a contract on the foreheads of the two tigers, ignoring the objection of the two little tigers. As a top student who had repeated 5 years, Zhuoxiaoduo knew the basics very well. Two illusory lights and shadows appeared as expected. Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian both cut their fingers and squeezed a drop of blood into the center of the light circle. In an instant, the light circle shrank abruptly. More than half of it entered the bodies of the little tigers, and the other half entered the bodies of Zhuoxiaoduo and Zhuoxiaonian. The moment the light circle disappeared, the two of them seemed to have sensed something. It was as if they had some kind of connection with the tigers in front of them. They seemed to have a clear feeling that they only needed to give orders with their minds and their tigers would obey them. The tigress whimpered and looked at Zhuoxiaoduo with its teeth bared. Obviously, it was not reconciled and was not convinced. Its heart was not convinced, and its mouth was not convinced. The tigress, on the other hand, was much more obedient. At this moment, she was already acting cute in Zhuoxiaonian's arms. She was very discerning. Zhuoxiaonian felt a great sense of accomplishment. Damn, why is your tiger so disobedient? Disobedient? That's easy. Zhuoxiaoduo kicked the male tiger 7 to 8 meters away and hit the wall with a duong sound. Are you obedient? The tigress whimpered. No matter what, I used to be the king of tigers. How can I be intimidated by you? I'll let you know that I'm unyielding. Zhuoxiaoduo kicked again and again and again. Like kicking a rubber ball, he kicked the tigress until it rolled all over the ground. But the tigress was really unyielding. You took advantage of my weakness to sign a contract. What kind of ability is that? Zhuoxiaoduo snorted, took out the civet sword, and picked up the tigress. Since you don't listen to me no matter how I teach you, it's useless to feed you. Anyway, one of Sister Nian is enough. I don't need such an eyesore. Let's kill it and eat its meat. After saying that, he mercilessly stabbed the male tiger's neck with his sword. Blood spurted out from the wound. This sword strike was extremely sudden. None of the people present had thought that it would happen. Awur, awur, awur. The tigress struggled desperately. Awur. It surrendered. This guy really wants to kill me. This killing intent is real. This guy has already entered my flesh. If I don't submit, I'm finished. It surrendered. Zhuochanglu said, no need to kill it. Zhuoxiaoduo snorted and pointed his finger at the male tiger's head, causing it to tilt backwards. You lowly wretch. Don't you think you're a bastard? Can't you cooperate with us nicely? Must you beat it half to death? The tigress squatted on the ground and whimpered. I don't want to. I just want to get some benefits. When you humans sign contracts with spirit beasts, which one of you doesn't try to appease them? How can you be so barbaric? You actually want to kill it and cook it. The tigress didn't feel wrong. Zhuoxiaoduo didn't have any feelings for it, nor was he interested in it. It was only because Father Zwa had asked him to raise a spiritual pet to assist him in battle that he had taken in the male tiger. In his heart, it would have been better for him to just slaughter it and eat its meat. To put it bluntly, if the tigress had been 2 seconds late, it would have become a meal on the plate. Xiao Duo ate meat. No matter if it was hungry or not, it could be killed. Okay, go to school. Wu Yuding said, your school has issued a notice. All students must be at school today. There's an important announcement. You can't be late. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Zhuo Xiaonian. Sister Nian, what about you? Zhuo Xiaonian said without hesitation, I'll enter the Tower of Destruction to continue my cultivation. Zhuo Xiaoduo was so happy that his eyes narrowed. Doesn't that mean I can bring you along with me? I can go in and harass you whenever I want? Wu Yuding saw that Zhuo Xiaoduo was beaming with joy. She pursed her lips and said, the Tower of Destruction recognizes a spirit as its master. It's not that extreme. You can give her special permission. Anyway, you don't need it in school. Why do you still want to take it with you? You can give your sister the permission to go in and out freely. Then you can put the Tower of Destruction at home. It'll be convenient for both of you. If something happens to your sister, she won't have to contact you. It won't delay her business. Zhuo Xiaonian's eyes lit up. Can we do that? I asked him last night, and he said no. Chapter 759. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Wu Yuding with an aggrieved expression. Mom, you are really my real mom, and you are also Sister Nian's real mom. The two mothers each had their own meaning, and it went without saying. What's the point of practicing if I let you two continue to be lovey-dovey? Wu Yuding said unhappily, don't waste time. Your priority now is to go to class. It doesn't make a difference whether you bring the Annihilation Tower or not. No, you will be distracted if you bring the Annihilation Tower. You should let Sister Nian practice at home. For one day of your class, she can cultivate wholeheartedly in there for 20 days. How could you relate such a great fate to the love between a man and a woman? What a waste of such a rare treasure. Wu Yuding sighed. If she and Zhuo Changlu had such a thing when they were young, they would have practiced in it every day. They wouldn't even want to waste a second. How could they care about anything else? This kid didn't cherish it at all. He treated it as a private love room. He only thought about his wife every day. All right. Zhuo Xiaoduo gave Zhuo Xiaonian permission. He didn't put the two little tigers into the Annihilation Tower. Instead, he gave them to Mr. and Mrs. Zhua. Zhuo Xiaonian rolled her eyes at Zhuo Xiaoduo. I will deal with you when you come back. After saying that, he entered the Tower of Annihilation and concentrated on cultivating. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was taught a lesson, hurried to school. As soon as Zhuo Xiaoduo left, Zhuo Changlu sent a message to the group. Come. In less than 3 minutes. The study on the second floor of the Zhuo family's villa was full of people. The ministers and generals were all present. It was like the military of the astral souls had gathered. I order that the entire astral souls will enter a state of special combat readiness. Zhuo Changlu's first sentence made everyone's hair stand on end. They couldn't help but sit up straight. Department of Martial Arts, Minister Ding. From today onwards, all high and beginner martial arts schools and academies across the continent will begin a cruel education. Minister, what is the extent of the so-called cruel education? The most extreme. This is an order. Why are you hesitating? Yes. Give me the Inspect Heavens token. Those who disobey will be killed. Yes. Star Shield Division. Yes. Everyone. Search for spies. You know my standards. Yes, the most extreme. I don't care about the number. I only care about one thing. Cleanliness. Yes. Clean. The Department of Security. The Department of Justice. Yes. Cooperate with the Star Shield Division. Also, use the law of chaos. Anyone who caused trouble would be dealt with in an extreme manner. Better waste than indulgence. As for those who take advantage of the chaos to harm the civilians, regardless of the severity of their crimes, they will all be sentenced to death. Yes. Ministry of Finance. Yes. Nanjingqian, you will be reinstated as the commander of the Southern Army. After the Spring Festival, the Southern Army will take over. Yes, thank you, Minister. Tell your father that there will be a chance for him to be glorious. Don't worry. Save his life and his glory for when it is of use. Try to live a little longer. Yes. Have you chosen the next Minister of Finance? Yes. How much wealth have you amassed as the Minister of Finance? More than 100 trillion. Not enough. It's not enough to deal with the upcoming war. Tell the new minister that taxes will be increased according to the wartime tax rate. This is a war of survival. If the Ministry of Finance hinders us in the slightest, everyone will commit suicide as an apology. Do you hear me, Minister of Taxation? Yes. If you can't collect taxes, there's no need to bring your heads to me. You can all report to hell. Yes. Military. Yes. Special combat readiness. Do you understand? Understood. Issue the Inspect Heavens token. Everyone is conscripting. Yes. Any martial artist above Transformation Cloud, except for those with public office, will be considered a traitor if they don't go to the front lines. Kill without mercy. Yes. How many soldiers are there in the second echelon? 1. 57 billion. How many can be pulled out to fight? 1. 57 billion. Good. If there's one less, I'll take your head. General MO guarantees. If you can't complete the military order, bring your head to me and pass it on to the world. Cabinet. Yes. Demand that the entire nation follow the government order. No objections are allowed. Yes. High-level officials will be silenced if they have objections. If there's a second time, remove them from office and go to jail for investigation. Their punishment will be severe. Their crimes will be increased by 3 levels. Yes. Discipline Inspection Department. Yes. From now on, all powers will be granted. However, those who are corrupt and break the law will be executed immediately. Yes. Spy Department. Yes. Activate all spies. Yes. After a series of orders were given, the entire Astral Soul's upper echelons started to move as if they were on steroids. Everyone knew that something big was about to happen. The Astral Souls has reached a critical moment of life and death. Zhuo Changlu said calmly, I hope that everyone will do their jobs to the best of their ability. Don't slack off. All the bloodline descendants of the major clans will be selected to join the war. All the warriors of the major clans who are above the Transformation Cloud realm will be reorganized into the army. The military formation must be formed within 2 months. Those who disobey will be exterminated. Those who slack off will be punished according to military law. Yes. All the major clans and local forces will be treated the same as the major clans. Those who disobey will be exterminated. There's no room for negotiation. Yes. Yudong Tian. Yes. You just recruited Hades Palace? Yes. Issue an assassination mission to kill all the higher-ups of the Umno Alliance. Give me clear instructions. This is my order. Those who succeed can use their heads to clear their names. Yes. Those who disobey, exterminate Hades Palace. Those who disobey, exterminate them. Yes. The order was passed down. Next is another important matter. It's related to the training in the Starlight Mountain Range. Zhuo Changlu said. He didn't mention anything about Crown Prince Academy. These words might have been recorded in ancient records. If someone knew about it, it would cause a lot of trouble. The current situation was chaotic enough. Naturally, they had to avoid unnecessary trouble. The Astral Souls has 8,000 spots. 3,000 nascent transformation, 3,000 cloud transformation, 1,200 divine convergence. There are 4 zones. They are the nascent transformation zone, cloud transformation zone, divine convergence zone, and divine convergence zone. Everyone who enters to train must be guaranteed to be absolute geniuses. The 4 armies and the military will have 400 nascent transformation, 1,500 cloud transformation, 800 divine convergence, and 600 divine convergence. You will distribute the spots equally. Draw up the list within 2 days. Gather in the Starlight Mountain Range within 5 days. Divide into 4 groups according to your cultivation. Find a good leader. The Martial Arts Department. I'll give you 2,200 nascent transformation, 1,000 cloud transformation, and 200 divine convergence spots. Yes. Minister Ding received the order and left. For the 4 armies and the military, divine convergence and divine convergence occupied most of the spots. For the martial arts department, there were only 200 divine convergence spots. There were none for divine convergence. This was because it was reserved for the academics. Among the students in the academy, there was no one who had reached divine convergence. The 9 Heavens Pavilion will join this training. Yes. Next, Zhuochanglu distributed the remaining spots. This time, there is a risk of life and death. Our side has obtained 8,000 people, but I estimate that the number of people who will make it out alive in the end should not exceed 3,000. This is a cruel training. It's also an opportunity to select the geniuses among the geniuses. It's also an opportunity for the geniuses to stand out. Zhuochanglu took a deep breath. Not only is the risk of the ruins high, but there are also many monsters and traps. There are also 8,000 geniuses belonging to the Dao League and the 8,000 geniuses belonging to the Umno Alliance. Once they enter, it will be a life and death situation. Opportunities are opportunities and dangers coexist. Every opportunity and treasure trove inside is a huge trap. The geniuses may soar in there, but they may also fall. In this section, each of you will do the work of the participants. In addition, each of your clans must also be informed. Everyone, do you have anything else to say? What I said just now, do you have any objections? What are your thoughts? Now, you can put forward as much as possible. After today's meeting, there won't be another chance. I only look at the results, not the process. Everyone lowered their heads and pondered. They were all thinking about their own tasks, difficulties, obstacles, pressure, etc. After a long time, no one uttered a word. No one has any objections? I'll ask one last time. Is there any problem? No problem. All right. Zhuochanglu immediately announced the end of the meeting. Move out immediately. Yes. The space rippled. The upper echelons of the continent instantly dispersed. At the same time that the entire continent of astral souls suddenly shook like a pot of boiling water. The inspect heavenly token that had disappeared for many years had reappeared. Almost instantly, it spread throughout the entire continent of astral souls. All the television stations, radio stations, and all the internet were covered by the same image at this moment. Whether it was turning on the television, the computer, or wandering on the streets, all the images were the same. Minister inspect heavenly token, a snow-white image with blood-red words. Everyone who saw it, regardless of whether they were ordinary people or martial artists, felt their hearts beating wildly at the same time. All the blood in their bodies was rushing upwards. Something big had happened. The war of the races, the war of survival has erupted. From today onwards, everyone is to prepare for war. Minister inspect heavenly token. Everyone is to conscript. Minister inspect heavenly token. From today onwards, wartime tax rates. Minister inspect heavenly token. From today onwards, martial arts schools will be cruel. Minister inspect heavenly token. From today onwards, cultivators above the cloud transformation realm. In a few minutes, the entire continent was in an unprecedented uproar. Chapter 760. As soon as Xiao Duo entered the school, he was shocked to find that the atmosphere was very different from usual. The big screen in front of the school had not been turned on for a long time. Now it was lit up by itself. Light radiated in all directions. The content on the screen was very simple. It was just a snow-white background with big blood-red words, Sky Inspecting Minister Token. This was the highest command that could command the entire astral souls. The first reaction of all the students after seeing these words was to salute and pay their respects at the first moment. Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the other students who had just entered the school also bowed at the same time. It's actually the Sky Inspecting Minister token. Li Chenglong was so excited that his face turned red. Big brother Zhuo, the minister hasn't issued an order for many years. But he has finally reappeared in this world. It seems that the current situation is very dangerous. And he has finally come out to preside over the overall situation. That's right. Under the leadership of the Sky Inspecting Minister, the continent will be invincible and advance bravely. Li Chenglong raised his arms and roared. Why are you so excited? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked in surprise. The minister is my idol in this life. Li Chenglong was so excited that his face was red. He said, my lifelong wish is to be able to fight under the minister's command. In fact, it was not only Li Chenglong. Zhuo Xiaoduo also looked at the words, Sky Inspecting Minister token, and couldn't help but feel emotional. Sky Inspecting Minister. What kind of lofty title was this? It was so noble that even if there was nothing going on, as long as this name was mentioned, everyone would feel reverence and respect from the bottom of their hearts. This was a true legend in the astral souls. A living miracle, a living legend. Life is short. If I can reach the level of the Sky Inspecting Minister, then my life will not be in vain. Zhuo Xiaoduo was fascinated. Yes, this is what it means to be at the peak of one's life. It's magnificent. Li Chenglong was fascinated. Zhuo Xiaoduo let out a long sigh. How good would it be if this heaven inspecting minister was my father? Li Chenglong was stunned. He really did not expect Zhuo Xiaoduo to say such a thing at this moment. Moreover, he wasn't going to become a subordinate of the minister, or even the minister himself, but the minister's son. Zhuo's train of thought always surprised me. It was too strange. But why would he want to be the minister's son? The minister's son isn't an ordinary second-generation cultivator. He has to bear a lot of pressure. You can't afford to be called a hero while your son is a bastard. How much effort did he have to put in to not be looked down upon by others? With boss's personality, he shouldn't have such goals and ideals in life, right? Then, Li Chenglong heard Zhuo Xiaoduo's answer. If that's the case, my life. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. It'll be perfect. It'll be the peak of one's life. I'll just eat and wait for death. I can even make it to the Umno Alliance continent. Who dares to provoke me? I'll win my life by lying down. Setting foot on the 3 continents, walking crab steps. My father is the Sky Inspecting Minister. Do you admit defeat? Zhuo Xiaoduo's mind was in turmoil. He was in the mood for poetry. He actually recited a few poems on the spot. At the Sun-Moon Pass, I'll be the first. When I meet a strong enemy, I'll shout. My father is the Sky Inspecting Minister. Do you dare to make a move on me? Zhuo Xiaoduo let his imagination run wild. Inner core cultivation, heavenly king guts, military achievements in battle. Tyrannical at the Sun-Moon Pass, little Nian Nian in my arms. So cool. Zhuo Xiaoduo was fascinated. It had to be said that this dream and these words were really Zhuo Xiaoduo. Stop dreaming. Li Chenglong angrily slapped the back of Zhuo Xiaoduo's head. You are really something. Why don't you think about how old the Sky Inspecting Minister is? At your age, even if you become the great Zhuo, do you know that you are blaspheming him? I won't say anything on a normal day, but that's the minister. The minister, you understand? What kind of noble status is that? How can you blaspheme it? You're right. It's really impossible. Zhuo Xiaoduo was disappointed. By the way, you're familiar with the history of the continent. Do you know the surname of the Sky Sentinel minister? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked suddenly. I heard that. Her surname is Zhuo. Li Chenglong looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo as if he had just discovered a new continent. I have the same surname as you. They all have the extremely rare surname of Zhuo. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately became spirited again. Swollen, do you think I'm the great? Even if the effect is different, it's almost the same. Maybe, back then, the sky inspecting minister spared mercy everywhere and left our bloodline in Phoenix City. You don't know, but even though my parents didn't have any cultivation, they were blessed with great fortune. They were blessed by the heavens and looked down on their peers. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were dreamy as he let his imagination run wild. The surname is Zhuo. That's a good surname. Maybe it's the real Zhuo. While Zhuo Xiaoduo was indulging in his imagination, he kept running his mouth, attracting the attention of many students. Li Chenglong, who was walking with him, was both embarrassed and angry. He slapped Zhuo Xiaoduo's head again and dragged him away. Sigh, Zhuo, although I also hope that you can have some connections. That way, I can also get some benefits. Unfortunately, this dream is too beautiful. Even if you're good-looking, you can't dream so beautifully. The two of them entered the classroom. When Xingtian's gaze suddenly turned and looked at the two of them. After a long time, he turned his head and spoke with some disappointment. How many people in our class have broken through to the nascent soul stage? Or rather, how many people are confident of breaking through to the nascent soul stage in a few days? When Xingtian said, I can. Me too. I'm already at the nascent soul stage. More than 20 people raised their hands, including Xiang Chong, Meng Zhangjun, Zhen Piapiao, and Hao Han. They were all at the nascent soul stage. As for Xiang Bing and the others, they were on the verge of breaking through. Some were just a hair's breadth away, while others were trying their best to suppress their true essence. When Xingtian's eyes were even more worried. Li Chenglong, what about you? When Xingtian turned his head and asked. I'm now. Swollen calculated. He had suppressed his true essence 10 times now. He was almost at his limit. If he suppressed it one more time, he would have to break through to the nascent soul stage. I estimate. I will break through to the nascent soul stage in 2 days. Zhuo Xiaoduo? What about you? When Xingtian's eyes were filled with eager expectation and anxiety. This was a great opportunity. If Zhuo Xiaoduo missed it because of suppressing his true essence, it would be a pity. Zhuo Xiaoduo took a breath and said, Give me 3 days of vacation. I will definitely break through the current realm and reach the nascent soul stage. 3 days of vacation was equivalent to 120 days in the Tower of Annihilation. It was enough. Even if the side effects of taking the 9 Heaven Spirit Spring were added, it was still enough to recover. Good. When Xingtian's eyes lit up. At this moment, his eyes became resplendent and dazzling, flickering with light. When Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong said that they could break through in a short time, when Xingtian felt his whole body relax. He knew very well that the geniuses of the 3 continents would enter the mystery land. If Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong did not lead the team, perhaps less than half of the 20 students in his class would come out alive. It was even possible that they would all be wiped out. Although they were all geniuses, they did not have any advantage over their peers. At least, they did not have the overwhelming strength advantage like Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. Once they were besieged by several enemies, one of them would be killed almost instantly. Especially the actual combat experience of life and death. Even if they were not extremely lacking, it was still not optimistic. However, with Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong leading the team, the situation was completely different. These 2 guys, one was smart and the other was steady. One was invincible among his peers in martial arts, and the other was wise and smart. With the 2 of them as the core, they were a perfect pair and were bound to be invincible. This way, our class can enter the mystery land. 25 people. Is there anyone else? When Xingtian looked at the remaining people and said, "This may be the biggest growth opportunity in your life. If you can break through in a short time, even if you can suppress your true origin 1 or 2 times, it is worth a try." Pai Yibao raised his hand and said, "I can." "Good, then add Pai Yibao. Is there anyone else?" When Xingtian looked at the others, his eyes full of eagerness. "This will be a turning point that will determine your future. But there is also a possibility that you will die in the middle of the road. Students, you must consider this carefully in your hearts. I hope that there will be as many as possible." When Xingtian said, "Children, I don't know the details, but I can say that this is definitely a training exercise for the 3 continents. It is also the birth of the 3 continents' true seeds. This kind of experience is something that you will only encounter once in your life. However, those of the inner core realm who have not suppressed 6 times should not think about entering. It is meaningless to force yourself to enter." When Xingtian said, "Those of you who have suppressed more than 7 times, raise your hand." Walala. More than 10 hands were raised. Good. When Xingtian took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, "What resources do you lack for a breakthrough? I will be your guarantor. Borrow from the school first. Try to make your breakthrough as stable and reliable as possible. There is no harm in borrowing more." When Xingtian was cutting off all means of retreat, if the students could make it out alive, then everything would be fine. But for those who died, the borrowed resources would be repaid by him as the guarantor. But when Xingtian felt that even if he could repay this debt, it would be worth it to teach in the Hidden Dragon School for the rest of his life. If possible, I am willing to mortgage my next life as well. I only hope that they can go further and not miss this opportunity. Chapter 761. Class 1, 42 people. When Xingtian recorded the data and hurried out. 10 minutes later, he came back. "Those who lack resources to break through, stay back. Those who have suppressed less than 6 times, go to the field or the gravity room to train on your own. Those who have the confidence to break through, go home immediately and prepare for it. After you break through, report to the school as soon as possible. It doesn't matter even if it's the middle of the night. Remember, it's the first time. Zuoxiao Duo, Li Chenglong, both of you report to the principal's office." Zuoxiao Duo and Li Chenglong walked out. The 2 of them looked at each other and felt an irrepressible excitement in their hearts. Big news. The 2 of them walked to the principal's office in a rare silence. They could vaguely feel that the unique opportunity of a lifetime was about to arrive. When they were about to reach the principal's office, Li Chenglong suddenly slowed down his footsteps. He spoke slowly and solemnly to Zuoxiao. "I can clearly feel that a brand new life for me is about to begin from this moment." Zuoxiao Duo grinned. "I feel the same. We're about to start a brand new life together. We're still going to hold hands and move forward together." Li Chenglong was not the only one who felt this way. Even Zuoxiao Duo had a similar feeling. That feeling was even more real than Li Chenglong's. It was as if he could reach out and touch it. It was a very mysterious but very real feeling. It was as if the road of destiny was right in front of him. The door had been opened for him and Li Chenglong to step into it. However, the 2 of them had different personalities. Li Chenglong was calm, cautious and serious. Zuoxiao Duo, on the other hand, had the mentality of, "Fuck you. If you want to come, then come. If you don't want to come, then don't come. If you want to come, then I'll take you. If you don't want to come, then it's fine." Therefore, to a certain extent, Zuoxiao Duo was purely being urged and forced to move forward by one thing after another. It was like a whip, lashing him forward. He had no choice but to leave. However, Li Chenglong was different. Li Chenglong knew what he wanted to do from the very beginning. He had always had a clear goal and walked towards his own path, moving forward steadily. But at the same time, he understood very well that he lacked the temperament of a leader, the temperament of a desperado, and the courage to face problems. There was always a little bit of overcautious thinking and overall consideration. This kind of thinking was not bad, and could even be said to be more beneficial for the survival of the team. However, with this kind of character, no matter how high his martial arts cultivation was, he could only be a support in some matters. Li Chenglong had understood his own heart. Therefore, he had looked for Zhuoxiao Duo, and had set Zhuoxiao Duo as his goal. He had made a bet in his life. If he was right, then he would be right. If he was wrong, then he would return to Phoenix City and become a teacher. The reason why Li Chenglong had made such a bet was because he had found that Zhuoxiao Duo would always encounter some strange and dangerous things. And these things were like whips, lashing Zhuoxiao Duo to move forward. Li Chenglong had positioned himself as Zhuoxiao Duo's support. Therefore, Zhuoxiao Duo was lashed to move forward. And Li Chenglong himself was naturally forced to move forward. He had walked and walked all the way to where he was now. Li Chenglong felt that the road in front of him had suddenly become clear. This was probably the feeling he had. Perhaps, this is the beginning of a brand new life. Li Chenglong silently said to himself. Then he and Zhuoxiao Duo knocked on the door of the principal's office. On the other side, Shangjing Yun High School. Long Yuxing, Wanli Xiu, Zhou Yunqing, and the others were also called to the principal's office. All of you have a part in this experiential learning. The task of leading the nascent soul stage team will be given to the three of you. Principal, Wanli Xiu and I are not candidates to lead the team. We are only suitable to be led. We understand our own characters. We are used to accepting and completing tasks. Not only are we not used to leading others, but we also lack the ability to lead others. So, Zhou Yunqing will be the team leader. That's good. The principal of Yunduan High School couldn't help but look at Long Yuxing and Wanli Xiu. At this age, it was rare to have such a clear understanding of one's own character. It was commendable. Most of the peers of this age had been regarded as geniuses for too long. Everyone felt that they were the best in the world. The arrogance of the world's protagonists, who despised the world, dissipated from their bodies. Even the principal didn't expect that these two little guys were the kind of people who didn't need to be beaten up by society to recognize themselves. How rare! In addition, after entering the ruins, we may be dissociated from our school's basic sequence. Long Yuxing reported. Wanli Xiu nodded vigorously. Her eyes were full of anticipation. Dissociated? Why is that? The principal frowned. The scope of this activity is so wide that it covers the entire continent of astral souls. That means that our boss will also go. Long Yuxing's eyes lit up as he replied. I miss you guys so much. Yes, our boss will also go. We will be reunited. Wanli Xiu nodded. The principal was silent for a moment. You are allowed to dissociate. However, if possible, you must assist Captain Zhou. Of course. Thank you, Principal. Dragon Soul High School. Li Zhongming arrived at the principal's office with sleepy eyes. Experiential learning in the Starlight Mountain Range? Captain? No. I'm a person who sleeps every day. How can I be a captain? So what if my cultivation is high? Besides, after going there, I will definitely leave the team. How can I be a captain? No? Then there's no choice. We haven't seen each other for a long time. This time, we have to gather together. Half and half? I'll see. There was also a dark cave on Jade Sun High School's side. The sounds of battle, the whistling of swords, the roars of star beasts, the sounds of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking. All of these sounds were unceasingly heard along with the screams of star beasts. After a long time, it finally quieted down completely. With a muffled sound, the door of the cave was opened. A ray of light shone into the cave. Teacher Luo Yenling's distressed voice sounded, "Emmy Yen, come out." In the darkness, a thin figure slowly walked out from the depths of the cave. The tip of his sword was still dripping with blood. That figure was Umo Yen. Umo Yen's cheeks were even thinner. His eyes were flickering like will-o'-the-wisps. His entire body was dripping with blood. Some of it was his, and some of it was the star beasts. This was his hellish training. The cave he was in was filled with soul transformation and cloud transformation realm star beasts. There were hundreds and thousands of them. Of course, there were also corresponding cultivation resources inside. This was an extremely cruel training ground that Jade's Sun High School had specially created to complement the 18 hell discs cultivation method. But ever since it was built, there had never been a student who could stay in there for 3 full days. Even if it was only half a day at a time, it was still very rare. Yu Moyen, on the other hand, had already spent several months here. In the past few days, he had not come out at all. He had been staying in there all the time. Teacher Luo, you came at the right time. Yuemo Yen walked out straight. Teacher Luo Yenling could clearly feel that there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood rushing towards her. Even though she was much more powerful than Yuemo Yen, she still felt her heart palpitating. It was as if it was not a person walking towards her. It was not her student, but a ferocious beast that was about to devour her. What's wrong? I have killed all the star beasts here. I have to stop this special training. Yuemo Yan's tone was indifferent. He said, I just completed the 10th suppression of the inner core realm and broke through to the soul transformation realm. Is there a higher level special training area in the school? That's great. Luo Yenling said happily, you broke through at this time. It's a godsend. The Star Mark relic is about to open. You can go there for the trial. Maybe you can see your old friends. Yuemo Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Really? Of course it's true. Luo Yenling only felt a burst of sadness. She understood how unsociable this child was, how lonely he was, and how hardworking he was. He had squeezed everything out of himself and was cultivating with all his might, trying his best to become stronger. There was only one sentence in his mouth. They are much faster than me. I have to catch up with them. I have to try my best to catch up. They must be much faster than me. What class reunion, what class meal, what girls confessing their love, what boys gossiping. What school activities, what... None of these matters were in his heart. From the beginning to the end, he was like a straight sword, rushing forward. Even if the sword was broken, he was still rushing forward. He did not care about the consequences at all. He did not even care about his own body. He only had one wish. When he saw his previous friends, he could smile and say something. I have not been left behind by you. We are still on the same level. If you have any problems in the future, remember to call me. I'll be there anytime. I don't want to be unable to help you if you have any problems. Yuemo Yen silently followed Luo Yenling out of the cave and walked towards the dormitory. Behind him, the bloody footprints became fainter and fainter as he walked. First, treat the wounds on your body. Take some pills to recover your inner yuan. Then, go to the nutrition cabin and lie down for a while. Luo Yenling's heart ached. It's okay. Yuemo Yan's care for Luo Yenling was a little unnatural. Especially the warm feeling in his heart, it made him feel very uncomfortable. The school also prepared a lot of resources for you. Mo Yen, in this trial, there are less than 30 people in our entire school, including the seniors. And among the freshmen, you are the only one who has reached the nascent soul stage. Then can I leave the school team? Yuemo Yen was silent for a while. This time, I want to fight side by side with them. It's been a long time. Chapter 762. Our school doesn't have a team order, since the number of people joining is so small. So when you join, you'll naturally be separated into other teams. Luo Yenling said, which team do you want to join? You just need to apply and you should be able to get in. I know, thank you Teacher Luo. Yuemo Yan's stiff face showed a trace of happiness. Also, your sword, it's time to change. Luo Yenling said, this is the sword that the principal gave you. This sword is called Demon Soul. It's an ancient sword, use it well. Yuemo Yen took the Demon Soul, took it out and looked at it. The cold light was dazzling and threatening. On the sword, there was a faint blood color. It was obviously a sword of killing. Who knows how many people's blood it had already drunk. He silently put the sword back into the sheath and picked up his own sword. It was the sword that Zhou Xiaoduo had given to Yu Moyen in Phoenix City. At this moment, it was full of holes, like a deformed saw blade. Yuemo Yen silently looked at it for a long time, then put the sword and the scabbard back into his space ring, then held the demon soul in his hand. He faintly felt a little uncomfortable. It's not as good as my own sword. But this sword is better. I'll see if I can find a craftsman to fix this sword. What you need now is rest. Luo Yenling said, you have 1 day to rest. After 1 day, you'll be leaving with the team. This time the vice principal will be leading the team. Yumo Yen took 2 steps back, then suddenly bowed deeply. Thank you, Teacher Luo. In this life, I will never forget you. Luo Yenling's eyes reddened. She knew deeply, this trial may be the beginning of Yumo Yan's rise. In the future, whether or not he will return to Jade Sun High School, it's hard to say. About Yen. Luo Yenling hesitated. During the competition, Luo Yenling once said that she would introduce her daughter to Yumo Yen. Although at that time it was just a joke, no one took it seriously. But when Yumo Yen really came to Jade Sun High School, Luo Yenling found more and more that this Yumo Yen was really a piece of unpolished gold jade. Such a talent, it's the dream son-in-law candidate of all parents. Naturally, he was really tempted by the idea. Most importantly, his daughter was also a rare genius. She was definitely worthy of Yumo Yen. Her daughter had interacted with Yumo Yen a few times. Although there was no progress between them, Yumo Yan's personality was cold and indifferent. His daughter, on the other hand, seemed to have fallen into the trap. Luo Yenling wanted to fight for her daughter and see what Yumo Yan's attitude was. Speaking of this topic, Yumo Yan's somewhat dark face blushed a rare shade of red. At this moment, in Luo Yenling's eyes, this was clearly a bashful feeling. Luo Yenling almost suspected that she had seen wrongly. This kid actually had such a side to him. Big Sister Yen. She's very good. Yumo Yen licked his lips and said dryly, if the world is peaceful in the future, and Sister Yen is still interested, I will marry her. Luo Yenling sighed helplessly in her heart. She smiled and said, okay. However, he sighed in his heart. The world was at peace. Things had changed since then. The minister had started conscripting soldiers from all over the country. The war of survival had begun. When would the world be at peace? She was the teacher of Jade's Sun High Martial Arts Academy. Naturally, she knew the truth behind this training. Regarding the future, it was hard to be too optimistic. Teacher Luo, you must take care of yourself too. Yumo Yen was dressed in black as usual. He quietly walked out of the infirmary. The wounds on his body were simply bandaged. He didn't enter the nutrition cabin. Yumo Yen actually hated entering the nutrition cabin to heal his body. The most direct reason was that the nutrition cabin would remove all the scars on his body. He sat alone in the corner of the field, amidst the tall weeds, and carefully recalled every wound on his body. This wound, what was the situation at that time? Actually, I can treat it in another way. Can it be gentler? Or, can it be avoided? The other wound. Was that kind of situation. I was not calm at that time. Maybe I can treat it that way. However, I was in the middle of a battle and did not have time to think. I just relied on my instincts. Or my instincts. Did I train in the wrong direction? Until he thought about all the wounds on his body and corrected them all. Yumo Yen took out a bottle of living holy water and drank it. Then he continued to sit in the thick weeds. All these years, I've been alone. The wind has passed, the rain has gone. Yumo Yen sang in a low voice. This was the only song he knew. Every time he sang this song, he sang it as if he was very lonely, very lonely. But this time, he sang it a little joyfully. I'm going to meet my brothers soon. Yumo Yen. A girl's crisp and soft voice suddenly sounded. Sister Yen? Yumo Yen was stunned. He looked towards the direction of the voice and saw a slim figure walking over on the weeds. Her beautiful face was full of determination. I'm going to the training this time. I'm in the nascent soul realm like you. We're both in the nascent soul group. The girl said. Yumo Yen nodded woodenly. Sister Yen was in the 2nd grade. She was 1 grade higher than him. She was also the chief of the 2nd grade. It was normal for them to participate in the training together. Why did he feel a little happy? Yumo Yen, when the time comes, which team do you want to join? Let's go together, okay? So it's settled then? Then, I'm leaving? The girl's eyes flashed with hope. Idiot. The girl pouted. She turned around and walked a few steps. She couldn't help but stomp her feet angrily. Suddenly, she couldn't help but turn around. Yumo Yen, when the world is peaceful, you said you'll marry me. Are you serious? The girl asked shyly. Yumo Yen was stunned. After a while, he said, yes. Hee hee. The girl laughed cheerfully. Then I'll wait for you. But what if you marry someone else in the future? After all, the world is peaceful. I don't know how many years it will take. Yumo Yen was silent for a while. He said in a low voice, if you wait for me. He was silent for a while. Just when the girl thought he wouldn't say anything else and was about to leave in disappointment, she heard Yumo Yen say softly, if you wait for me. If I can't marry you, I won't marry for the rest of my life. Idiot. The girl's eyes curved like a crescent moon. Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong entered the principal's office. Yi Changqing laughed loudly. Our team leader and vice leader are here. What team leader? Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. The Hidden Dragon Academy has sent 400 soul transformation cultivators to the ruins. The two of you are the team leader and vice leader that I personally appointed. Zhou Xiaoduo, team leader. Li Chenglong, vice leader. Yi Changqing laughed. I'm the team leader? I can be the team leader. Zhou Xiaoduo was confused. He really didn't have the confidence. You're just a spiritual leader. Yi Changqing said. You're invincible among your peers. If you don't become the team leader, who will? Who would be convinced if someone else did it? Principal, you're right. What you said makes a lot of sense. Wah. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed complacently. Of course, the other important thing for you to be the team leader is to suppress the entire team. Yi Changqing said. Other than that, the vice leader will be in charge of the other matters. What do you mean? I mean, you're just a figurehead. If you encounter someone who doesn't agree with you, you'll suppress them. As for other matters, you don't have to worry about how to lead the team, how to move, how to plan. No command authority? What command authority do you want? Don't you have a vice leader? Zhou Xiao was mind-turned. Suddenly, he looked like a Spartan. Then, am I not a puppet? Yi Changqing glared at him. Why don't you just take charge? You'll be justified? No. Zhou Xiaoduo shook his head and said, I'll just be an awesome team leader. Just like the Sky Patrol Minister, I'll be the spiritual leader. As for other matters, I'll just be a puppet. Dare to compare yourself with the minister. Yi Changqing said, but he was thinking about many things in his heart. Surname Zhua. Damn, this kid's surname is Zhua. This surname is really good. Principal. Zhou Xiaoduo excitedly said, Sir Minister Inspecting Heaven is also surnamed Zhua. Do you think that Sir Minister Inspecting Heaven is an ancestor of my family? Yi Changqing choked for a moment. Then he was furious. Get out. Zhou Xiaoduo grinned and took Li Chenglong out of the office building. He saw Gao Qiao, standing in front of the door with a few nascent soul transformation stage youths from the Gao family. Captain Zhua, Vice Leader Li, please take care of us. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. You're going too? Of course. Then it'll be easy this time. Zhou Xiaoduo laughed. It turned out that there were so many people helping him. Our trial this time will be an unprecedentedly high level of danger. Gao Qiao's face was very solemn. The Alliance and the Dao League will also have their own geniuses entering, and they have the same number of people as us. I believe that their quality will not be inferior to ours. But how can the opportunities inside provide for 24,000 geniuses? It's impossible to distribute them evenly. Even if we take 10,000 steps back and assume that the resources are abundant and can be evenly distributed, the Wizard Alliance and the Dao Alliance will definitely want to take more. Of course, we also have the same thought. Based on this premise, it's inevitable that we'll be at odds with each other and even fight against each other. There will be casualties and deaths if there are battles. I believe that the Alliance and the Dao League will never talk about morality with us. And the Dao League's alliance is basically disbanded in this matter. So this time, although it may be an amazing opportunity, it may also be a life and death crisis. Gao Qiao said seriously, 3 days later, when the list is out, I will inform all the nascent soul transformation stage students who entered this time to gather with Zwa and Vice Leader Li. At that time, Vice Leader Li, please tell us the situation and share some experience. Chapter 763. Good. That's not a problem. Li Qinglong nodded. He could hear that Gao Qiaoer didn't have the slightest intention of mocking him this time. She wasn't even considering him. She was really doing something. It was impossible for 400 nascent soul students to enter this relic without a unified command and clear orders. If they fought separately, they would only be defeated by the enemy one by one and all of them would die. Gao Qiaoer had extraordinary schemes and means, but she didn't have the ability to convince the masses. At this time, the ability to convince the masses was the most important part. It was the prerequisite for everything. Even if you had heaven-defying wisdom and peerless wisdom, if everyone didn't listen to you, you would be blind and unable to do anything. But this problem could be solved perfectly by Zhuoxiao Duo. Even without Zhuoxiao Duo, Li Qinglong could solve it perfectly. Everyone was in the nascent soul realm. You're not convinced, right? Come out. I'll beat you until you're convinced. You're not convinced, right? Come out. I'll beat you until you're convinced. Force might not be the most effective means, but in special circumstances, it was the fastest and most immediate means. Okay. Li Qinglong agreed. Gao Qiaoer said, when the time comes, Zhuo only needs to appear and control the situation. Zhuoxiao Duo was in high spirits. Do you need me to make a move to intimidate them? Hearing this, Gao Qiaoer couldn't help but be embarrassed by this guy. She was speechless for a long time. Ever since the battle between you and Bing Xiaobing in the arena, the whole school was directly convinced by you that now, do you still need to make a move? This guy clearly wanted to show off his prowess. Ahem. You guys go back first. I still have to report some things to Zhuo. Gao Qiaoer secretly rolled her eyes and drove the others away. This is the progress of the material processing. Gao Qiaoer took out a piece of paper from the space ring. Give me what I should. The process isn't important. Zhuoxiao Duo waved his hand and said generously. He looked like a big boss who didn't need to look at it. I'm not worried about the Gao clan. Gao Qiaoer rolled her eyes again. You've sent such a wretched guy who values money as much as his life to supervise by the side. Of course you're worried. By the way, how's your cooperation with Mr. Fong going? Are you happy with each other? Zhuoxiao Duo asked. Director Fong is indeed a talent. Although she didn't have a good impression of that wretched guy, Gao Qiaoer didn't deny Fong Yinua's ability to do things. He was indeed very strong. Mr. Fong is managing the company on his own now, so there's no problem. The business under his jurisdiction has also expanded to a certain extent. Although his methods are slightly harsh, the results are excellent. In particular, President Fong is a smooth and slick person who is always smiling. He also gets along well with the people of the Gao family, so there are few grudges between us. Gao Qiaoer sighed faintly. How could they not be harmonious? Not only was that guy slick, but he was also very good at dealing with people. Every day, he would bring his uncles out to look for female martial artists however, the source of this matter was the uncles who wanted to corrupt President Fong. However, they never expected that President Fong had already corrupted himself to such an extent. After doing this a few times, Director Fong actually became very successful in this industry. He even turned around and introduced his uncles to people they liked. This result in operation was really too embarrassing. What was even more embarrassing was that all the food, drinks, entertainment, and all the expenses were all paid by President Fong himself. He didn't use a single cent of the company's money and took advantage of them at all. They didn't know where this guy got the money. In short, he was so extravagant that it was scary. His other abilities still needed time to be considered. However, his ability to use money and his inhumane nature were daunting and admirable. Gao Qiaoer even suspected that President Fong was a part-time general manager during the day and a masked thief at night. Naturally, Gao Qiaoer didn't know that her suspicions were the truth. With regards to Zhuoxiao's money, Fong Yinhua didn't dare to embezzle even a single cent. However, Manager Fong had plenty of ways to earn money. For example, he would stroll around the treasure vaults of the various large clans and companies at night, strolling around at the most ridiculous time. Someone had just bought a treasure from him and he stole it back that night. A few days later, he openly put it up for auction again. When others asked, President Fong said with conviction, "I really couldn't tell that it was that item." That day, a manager suddenly came up to collect it. "If you really lost it, this matter. The company is too big, and we also feel a little uncomfortable. Why don't you buy it back at half price?" In the face of such an honest explanation, the thief's family was helpless. Once you've paid for the item, it's yours. If you didn't take good care of it and it was stolen, the auction house would buy it back from the thief. No matter how strange the process was, you couldn't just take it for free, right? The whole company was thriving because of Fong Inua, and it had a lot of money. However, it also had a foul atmosphere. It was unbearable to look at it directly. It had almost completely turned into a man's paradise. Gao Qiaoer simply let it go. "President Fong, you are so capable, you can do it yourself. Anyway, the Gao family has shares in the company. Anyway, the Gao family will be the ones doing the work." However, they didn't know that this was Fong Inua's ultimate goal. That night, he called Zhuo Xiaoduo to tell him the good news. "Boss, I've succeeded in seizing the power of the class. You can rest assured. Now, our company is full of security." Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't know what to say. He just let it be and let it be. After receiving 15,000 high-quality jade of astral souls, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong returned to the first class and stayed for a few minutes before going home. They quickly went home to cultivate and break through. It seems that the high-quality jade of astral souls in Fenghai is really out of stock. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed faintly. The resources that he had given Gao Qiaoer were worth at least a few 100,000 high-grade star soul jades, not to mention a lot. Moreover, Fong Inua and Gao Qiaoer had been so busy. After such a long time, they only managed to collect so few high-quality jade of astral souls. Although they still had tens of billions of star origin coins, what was the use of having so many star origin coins now? When they had too much money, it would not only be a number, but it would also depreciate. They would not be able to buy it anymore. Li Chenglong was called over by Wen Xingtian. He didn't know what to do. Zhuo Xiaoduo went home first and stored the space-destroying pagoda in order to absorb the heat from the heart of the ardent sun in the pagoda. As Zhuo Xiaoduo continued to absorb the heat emitted by the heart of the ardent sun was much less than before. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before he could get his hands on it to cultivate. Zhuo Xiaoduo was quite obedient this time. Although he entered the space-destroying pagoda, he didn't disturb Zhuo Xiaoyan, who was cultivating. After he came out, he immediately called Fong Inua and told her to continue preparing the Star Beast storage and recharge the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger. Although the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger's auxiliary effect continued to decrease, it was still a considerable help. It could at least be maintained until he broke through to the nascent soul transformation stage or even the cloud transformation stage. After informing Fong Inua, he made a trip to Ba Sun's place, intending to take away the Star Soul Jade powder he had received during this period of time. Then, holding on to the slightest bit of hope, he made another trip outside the city, to the place where the white-robed lady had dumped the Star Soul Jade powder. That maybe there was more? When he went over to take a look, Zhuo Xiaoduo was really shocked. He was just hoping that there would be more. But in the end it was more than that. There were simply too many. Not only was the underground space completely filled, but a small mountain had also been piled up on the surface. However, a lot of it had been scattered in all directions by the meteorites, and a lot of it had been wasted. After all, the Astral Soul's jade powder that was mixed with impurities could not be used. As stingy as Zhuo Xiaoduo was, he could not help but feel heartache. Damned meteor. To hurry up and start packing. That the harvest this time was almost twice as much as the previous time, and there was still a surplus. It could be said that they were returning from a rewarding journey. If a worker wants to do his job well, he must first sharpen his tools. Since he was going to start his closed-door cultivation, he had to collect as many of these things as possible. Zhuo Xiaoduo would never give up anything that he deserved. Only when he got his hands on it would it belong to him. It didn't matter if it was useful or not. If it was useless, at most, President Fong would sell it again. In the Void Extermination Tower, Xiao Long was working hard to move the items. He was also grinning from ear to ear. Zhuo was really too awesome now. The amount of Astral Soul's jade powder that he had collected during this period of time had shocked me. I could not control myself. No, I have to go out tonight to move another half of my meridian in. Poor Xiao Long. Sigh. When will Zhuo come in? I want to eat Zhuo Didi. Sob sob. When Zhuo Xiaoduo returned home, Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding were lying on the deck chairs on the terrace, rocking back and forth, looking very comfortable. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were full of envy as he looked at them. My parents are so happy and carefree. This is the life I have always dreamed of. However, the most important thing now was to quickly break through to the nascent soul stage. Everything else could be left for later. Time was too tight. After a few words with his parents, Zhuo Xiaoduo plunged into the Void Extermination Tower and worked hard to cultivate. The resource reserves were basically in place. After 5 days in the Void Extermination Tower, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian, who had been in seclusion for half a month, came out for dinner. Mom and Dad were leaving. We will go back tomorrow. Wu Yuding's eyes were full of reluctance to part with her son and daughter. She gazed at them for a long time. When they went back this time, it might be a few years before they could meet again. Also, they might not be able to meet face to face. After all, they had to prepare for their return this time. Zhuo Xiaoduo ate in big mouthfuls, just like when they were at home. His mother's cooking was really delicious. This time, we will probably have to go back. Both of you have to be well. Wu Yuding stroked the hair of her son and daughter with both hands and smiled. Both of you must be healthy and stable. Chapter 764. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned when he heard this. He raised his head with a big steamed bun in his mouth and asked, "So soon?" "Yes, we feel that we have an opportunity to recover." Zhuo Zhanglu smiled faintly and said, "The family will only be on tenterhooks if we delay any further. So, we might as well do it earlier. The earlier we recover, the earlier we can return. Wouldn't that be better?" Zhuo Xiaonian still felt uneasy. Her eyes were full of worry, and the spoon in her bowl slid unconsciously. She said uneasily, "Dad, Mom, you really didn't lie to us, right?" Wu Yuding chuckled and said, "How about this? If we don't call or video call you in 3 months after we go back, you can stab yourself with a knife and get even with us. Why are you so paranoid?" Zhuo Xiaoduo panicked and said, "Miss Cat, you can be paranoid, but you can't be so paranoid. Why do you even suspect Dad and Mom?" Zhuo Xiaonian blushed and said, "Mom, look at what you're saying. How can I not believe you? Don't listen to nonsense." Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and said, "Have you ever trusted us in this matter?" Zhuo Xiaonian smiled embarrassedly. Zhuo Xiaoduo also smiled embarrassedly. Both of them were on tenterhooks, worried that their parents wouldn't come back. They were just leaving them as a memento. That would be too sad. Over the past few days, Zhuo Xiaoduo had to read his parents' fortune a few times a day. In the end, he decided to use all 10 drops of Providence points together. However, no matter how he looked at them, they were still healthy and had a smooth life. That was all there was to an auspicious life. For this reason, he even deducted Xiao Long's rations. "Dad, Mom, how high are your cultivations?" Zhuo Xiaoduo could not help but feel scared. "You don't have any cultivation now, but why can't I see your faces?" Zhuo Zhanglu coughed and said with a frown, "No matter how miraculous your physiognomy is, it still depends on a person's physiognomy. We are not sitting here in person, so it would be strange if you could tell." Zhuo Xiaoduo felt more and more conflicted. Obviously, his fortune was the same as Zhuo Xiaonian's. He was still afraid that his parents would lie to him. In fact, the truth was that he did not have long to live. "You two can think whatever you want. Time will prove the truth." Wu Yuding and Zhuo Zhanglu were speechless at this point. They had clearly warned him in advance, so why was he still being so wishy-washy? Who did he take after? Neither of them had such a problem. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian looked at each other, indicating that they would talk in private later. Zhuo Xiaoduo said with a drooling face, "Dad, Mom, did you See the sky inspecting minister token today? We saw it. Zhou Changlu and Wu Yuding looked at each other. Why are you asking? Zhou Xiaoduo said excitedly. Dad, Mom, the sky inspecting minister surname is also Zhou. So what? Zhou Changlu was puzzled. What was this kid trying to say? Zhou Xiaoduo lowered his voice and said sneakily, Dad, Mom, the people with the surnames are not as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, but they are still quite rare, right? You say, think about it, could our Zhou family have the bloodline of the heaven inspecting minister after many generations? Wu Yuding spat out a mouthful of tea and coughed incessantly. Zhou Changlu was shocked by this sentence. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He held the mouthful of tea in his mouth but could not spit it out or swallow it. Wheeze. It was the tea in his mouth. Anyway, the more I think about it, the more I think it's possible. Dad, Mom, your son is not a person who seeks fame and fortune, but at least with a good background, this life will be a lot easier. Zhou Xiaoduo winked mysteriously. Dad, Mom, if it's true. How happy would that be? Our family could really be the great-grandson of the sky inspecting minister's great-grandson. For a moment, Zhou Xiaoduo's imagination was running wild. Maybe it's the direct bloodline? Dad, the issue of your background is worth paying attention to. Zhou Changlu was speechless. Nonsense. He swallowed that mouthful of tea with great difficulty. I'm not joking. It's really possible, Dad. Zhou Xiaoduo said anxiously, it's really possible that the sky inspecting minister left behind an erotic love story in Phoenix City. Then there was our family. After many years, there was you, and then you had me. Cough, 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 cough. Wu Yuding coughed until she was almost out of breath. She patted her chest and took a deep breath, but she still could not hold it in. Ha! Zhou Changlu's face was dark. How can the sky inspecting minister be such a despicable person? Don't talk nonsense. Zhou Changlu's palms stretched and retracted. He had the urge to hit someone. Zhou Xiaoduo disagreed. Dad, don't be intimidated by the reputation of those big shots. Which one of these big shots is not lustful? Look at those TV dramas. They're all lustful. Maybe this sky inspecting minister is an old hooligan in his bones. Who knows how rotten his private life is? Who can say for sure? At such an old age, how many women have he had? Maybe he can't even remember. Shut up. You shut up for me. Zhou Changlu said fiercely, how can you talk about the great heroic leader behind his back like that? Cough, cough, cough. Wu Yuding choked again. She rolled her eyes and said, you don't say. Maybe Doggy is right. Maybe the Sky Patrol Minister is really a womanizer. Maybe he has blossomed in Phoenix City and left behind his bloodline. Is it really impossible? Besides, he's so old. It's normal for him to have a lot of women. Right? What do you say? That? What do I say? What do I say? Zhou Changlu could not hold it in anymore. He suddenly stood up. We're leaving tomorrow. Let's look at the stars in Fenghai City tonight. His face was red as dates. He hurried upstairs and occupied a recliner. He left in a somewhat sorry state. Mom, is there really no hope? Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Wu Yuding and said anxiously, this is the bloodline. This is a great opportunity to reach the heavens in one step. This is a great opportunity to be a salted fish. My lifelong wish. To be a salted fish. My biggest regret is that I am not the second generation. Sigh, I really don't know if your dad has the bloodline of the sky inspecting minister, but it's hard to say. After all, they are both surnamed Zhou. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and said, when I go back this time, I will look through our family's genealogy. Mom, then you must look through it carefully. Zhou Xiaoduo said attentively, don't miss any important clues. Even the slightest clue is good. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and left her seat without saying a word. As she walked, she laughed nonstop. Originally, he had been filled with sorrow of parting, but this brat had made it all disappear, and he had almost burst his belly from laughing. But this kid guessed right. There was no mistake at all. Didn't the sky inspecting minister bear fruit in Phoenix City and leave behind his bloodline? How could this be fake? It couldn't be any more real. He was definitely the direct descendant, the only seedling in 30 million miles. Zhuoxiaoduo cleaned up the dishes while Zhuoxiaonian went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. When Zhuoxiaoduo finished cleaning up the table, he walked quickly to the kitchen and hugged her slender waist naturally. He said, "Nian Nian Mao. Call me sister." "Okay, Sister Nian Mao. Sister Nian Mao, about Dad and Mom." Zhuoxiaoduo hugged her slender waist and began to talk about business. He took advantage of her and talked about business without delay. Zhuoxiaonian also became serious when she heard this. She said as she washed the dishes, "Although I don't think it's fake, I'm still afraid." "Me too." Zhuoxiaoduo sighed. "Do you think Dad and Mom will go overboard?" "I don't think so." Zhuoxiaonian frowned. "It's a pity that we're too weak and can't help it all. It's fine as long as it's not fake. It'll take about 3 months. After that, everything will be clear." Zhuoxiaoduo's heart calmed down. His intuition told him that this was definitely true, but as a son, he couldn't help but worry about gains and losses. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen. And Zhuoxiaonian had the same thoughts as him. This was definitely true. But his heart was in a mess. It was always hanging in the air, and he couldn't calm down. "Sister Nian Mao." Sighed. Zhuoxiaonian sighed and turned to look at him helplessly. "You'd better be called Nian Mao." The words Nian Nian sister cat sounded weird no matter how he heard it. If others heard it, they might misunderstand. "King Nian Mao." Zhuoxiaoduo revealed a wretched smile behind Zhuoxiaonian. "It seems that from now on, Nian Mao will be my exclusive name. It won't be restricted anymore." Haha, Nian Mao was indeed dumb. She didn't even correct him to call her little Nian Mao. "It seems that my hypnosis is good. It's like a fish in water. It's so easy." Nian Mao kept switching between Nian Mao and Yen Mao, making her subconsciously think that she could only choose one of the two names. Naturally, she chose Nian Mao, which she was most used to. "Waha, I'm indeed brilliant, talented, and full of wisdom. Who can compare with me when I have such extraordinary wisdom? Who else? When it comes to wooing Nian Mao, I, Zhuoxiaoduo, call myself the best in the world. Who doesn't agree? Even if they don't agree, they're not allowed to compete. Those who compete will be beaten to death. It's better to be wrong than wrong. Why did you call me?" Zhuoxiaonian finished washing the dishes and wiped her hands. Only then did she realize that this guy was holding her waist in a daze. It was obvious that he still had something to say. "Tonight, I might have to use the 9th Heaven Spirit Spring." Zhuoxiaoduo said, "I just don't know how much my cultivation realm will drop after using it." "It doesn't matter." Zhuoxiaonian said, "No matter how much it drops, it's a good thing. The spiritual energy will be more refined and pure. It'll only be good for the future." "Oh, right. When I came out for dinner, I received a notice that the 9 Heavens Pavilion needs to send 30 cloud transformation cultivators to enter the secret realm. I'm on the list." Zhuoxiaonian said, "What about you?" "I'm the leader of the 400 soul transformation cultivators in the secret realm," Zhuoxiaoduo said proudly. Chapter 765. You're only at the primordial elixir level now, okay? How can you be a nascent soul captain? Zhuoxiaonian mocked him. "I'm going to be a nascent soul captain soon. Why can't I be one?" "Nian Nian cat, when you were at the embryonic breathing stage, I was nothing. When you were at the soul awakening stage, I was at the Xiantian level. When you were at the nascent soul stage, I was at the embryonic breathing stage. Now you're at the pinnacle of the cloud transformation stage, and I'm at the pinnacle of the primordial elixir realm. I can break through to the nascent soul stage at any time." Zhuoxiaoduo was very satisfied and said, "I feel that I'm getting closer and closer to you. I believe that soon you'll be singing Conquer in front of me and doing the cat ear dance for me. Why don't I find a video for you to watch first? You don't have to cram for it at the last minute." Zhuoxiaonian's forehead was filled with black lines. Earlier, when she heard him talk about the past, she was still gratified by his progress. In the end, he suddenly took a turn and almost hurt her. It turned out that it was all a trick. He had been scheming against her step by step. This was simply intolerable. Even if the uncle could tolerate it, The ant could not tolerate it. Get lost. Zuoxiaoduo didn't get lost. Instead, he carried Zuoxiaoyan to the sofa. Then, he took out his phone and started to look for videos. Look at this young lady. She's dancing well. Look at her cat ears, look at her butt. Zuoxiaoduo suddenly felt that something was wrong. When he looked up, he saw Zuoxiaoyan's frosty face. Hey dude, are these all your followers? Zuoxiaoyan grabbed the phone and opened My Followers. She saw that there were at least 100 female streamers. They were all good at dancing and were more flirtatious that she clicked on a few to take a look. Her face was pale and cold, and a chill was coming out of her. Zuoxiaoduo knew that something was wrong. For a moment, he didn't even dare to hug her waist. He curled up at the side and explained dryly in a low voice, I'm also for the sake of, in the future, we'll have more fun as husband and wife, so that we can make plans early. For Zuoxiaoyan almost crushed her phone. These steel pipes. Electric buttocks. Why you? You're really obscene. Before he could finish his sentence, he tossed his phone onto the sofa. Zuoxiaoyan stood up with a cold face and stomped back to his room. He was angry. Oh no. Zuoxiaoduo looked dejected and disheartened. Zuoxiaoyan went back to her room and sat down angrily for a while. A cold light flashed in her eyes. Puppy, you disappoint me too much. This was simply despicable. After pondering for a long time, he finally took out his phone, opened up a video streaming website, searched for a few videos based on his memory, and began watching them, but the more she read, the redder her face became. She hurriedly followed a few of them and decided to criticize them when she had time in the future. She didn't have the time for that now. He hurriedly put away his phone and put it into his spatial ring. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her face was still as red as a ripe apple. She didn't go out for now and looked at herself in the mirror. She said angrily, those women. There's no need to talk about their color. They can't compare to me. Even their figures are far inferior to mine. When I have time, I'll play with them casually. I'll definitely charm this puppy. Who asked him to wander around and look around? He really deserves a beating. If Wu Yuding were to hear this argument, she would definitely sigh and lament. Girl, what kind of mentality is this? You're not thinking in the right way. If you do this, won't that little puppy be the only one to benefit? Sigh, girl, you're really hopeless. After a full hour, Zuoxiaoyan came out of her room with a cold face. Zuoxiaoduo looked at her with a pitiful face, waiting for the punishment to come. Practice martial arts. Zuoxiaoyan's face was cold. Okay. Zuoxiaoduo hurriedly opened the Tower of Annihilation and humbly said, Nian. Cat, let's go in? His flattering face, coupled with his handsome face, was extremely out of place. The magic of creation was evident. Zuoxiaoyan snorted coldly and took the lead to enter with her head held high. Zuoxiaoduo was relieved. It seemed that her temper had passed. She didn't get angry when I called Nian just now. She escaped a disaster. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. Wait for me. Zuoxiaoduo called out from behind and eagerly followed her in. Prince Zhongyuan's mansion. Prince Zhongyuan was wearing a royal robe and feeding the fish in the back garden. At this moment, Prince Zhongyuan's mansion looked cold and cheerless, without any signs of life. The princess consort had already been executed, and all the guards in the family had been captured. All the leaders of the secret organizations had already gone to hell to report. Most of the female martial artists who were secretly searching for concubines had been beheaded. The rest had been forcibly dismissed. In short, no one was left in the mansion. In the entire Prince Zhongyuan's mansion, other than a few maids and a few guards, only the butler and servants were left. The prince's mansion of the Central Plains, which had once flourished for a period of time, was now left with only a few people. Dressed in a bright yellow robe, Prince Zhongyuan stood by the pond with one hand behind his back. The three-clawed golden dragon on his body reflected in the water, swaying back and forth as if it was about to devour someone. The butler served him from a distance with his back hunched. Looking at Prince Zhongyuan's figure, he felt bleak, no longer as composed as before. The butler didn't know whether it was an illusion or reality. Your Highness, the butler said softly. Where is the heir now? Prince Zhongyuan threw out a handful of pearls and asked calmly. He's still on his way back from Shangjing. The butler said, Your Highness, do you want me to pick him up? There was a sad look in the butler's eyes. He knew about all the Prince Zhongyuan's heirs, including his illegitimate children. But what the butler also knew was that, except for the heir who was officially registered as an emperor, the other bloodlines were all gone. There were all sorts of ways to die, and there were all sorts of strange ways to die. They drowned, burned, fell, got caught in the wind, drank too much, got scalded by hot pot. Their cell phones exploded, and the building they lived in suddenly collapsed. In short, there were only ways to die that one couldn't think of. The wide range of deaths was breathtaking and marvelous. The 100 to 200 descendants of His Highness had all gathered together in the underworld. Hundreds of the prince's women were also meeting in the underworld. Other than that, the prince's 10,000 old subordinates, 3,000 secret assassins, 8 gangs, and 12 aristocratic families, all kinds of forces and layers of foundation were waiting in the underworld. Now, the prince only had 2 secret masters left in his hands that he didn't know about. These 2 people were probably the only ones who hadn't been caught. There's no need to pick them up. Prince Zhongyuan said lightly, those who deserve to die will die. Those who don't deserve to die will definitely live. He waved his hand. Ma, come here. There's only the 2 of us in this mansion. Yes, Your Highness. The butler walked over obediently and stood next to Prince Zhongyuan with his back hunched. At this moment, the fish in the pond suddenly started rolling violently. A fish was spitting out blue bubbles with all its might. In the entire pool, all the fish that came into contact with these blue bubbles began to roll around crazily. Then, they also began to spit out bubbles continuously. The same blue bubbles, in the blink of an eye, hundreds of big fish in the entire pond started rolling. Regardless of species, big or small, all of them were spitting bubbles. As the water with bubbles flowed past, the other fish ponds connected to it also started rolling and spitting bubbles. It was like a chain reaction. Usually, a prince's mansion had several gardens. But when one reached a certain status, there would be a layout of 5 lakes and 4 seas. In other words, there were 9 fish ponds, which symbolized the imperial family's wealth. And the Prince Zhongyuan's family had such a layout. But now, all the fish in the 9 ponds were rolling and spitting out blue bubbles. Some of the fish with weaker vitality had already started to show their white bellies. Your Highness, this is. The butler, Old Ma, looked at the fish pond in front of him in shock. What are you doing? Looking at the big fish rolling in the pond with his hands behind his back, the Prince Zhongyuan sighed softly. He said dispassionately, Old Ma, how many years have you been with me? Old Ma was confused. He said, Since I entered the mansion, I've been serving you, Your Highness. Until this year, it's been a total of 121 years. It's been more than 120 years, more than 60 years. Old Ma, you're a participant in all my plans and also the executor of all my deployments. Old Ma, you're my most trusted aide. The Prince Zhongyuan sighed softly. Old Ma, look at the fish in the pond. They're divided into 9 places and seem to be connected, but their range of movement is still limited to the Prince Zhongyuan's mansion. Everyone is connected, breathing the same air, drinking the same water. They're of the same origin. Old Ma was puzzled. What did this mean? The wind and rain outside never affected them. To them, the perilous situation outside was nothing more than a legend. They were originally safe. The Prince Zhongyuan said slowly, this was originally very good. This was originally excellent. But look at the situation now. Originally, only 1 fish was poisoned, but as this fish began to spit out bubbles crazily, the poison spread. Because this 1 fish was poisoned, it implicated all the fish in the 9 ponds. All of them suffered misfortune, and none of them were spared. The Prince Zhongyuan stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze was cold and calm as he looked at the fish in the pond. This is my mansion, but I can only watch them die one by one. There's nothing I can do. But at the end of the day, the root of the disaster is because of this 1 fish? Old Ma, don't you think so? The Prince Zhongyuan turned around slowly and looked at the butler, Old Ma. Old Ma looked perplexed. He said, if your highness says so, then it must be so. So, regardless of whether it's a group, the most terrifying thing is not the raging storms outside. It's the internal ones. The disaster caused by one poisonous fish is enough to bring disaster to the entire pond. The Prince Zhongyuan smiled faintly. His gaze gradually became as sharp as a blade as he stared at Old Ma's face. Requesting monthly votes. Please provide support. Chapter 766. Old Ma was dumbfounded. Your Highness, you mean the King of Zhongyuan slowly said. Old Ma, do you know that the Prince of Zhongyuan's residence has been deployed for so many years, spent so much effort in planning, and paid a huge amount of wealth that even an ordinary aristocratic family would not dare to imagine? Everyone was so careful, from beginning to end, to contact each other. Finally, when the net was about to be formed, they were all caught in one fell swoop. For the person in charge, how hard is it to accept? The King of Zhongyuan took a deep breath. Don't you think our residence is like this pool of fish? The housekeeper's gaze also turned sharp. Your Highness, you mean there is a traitor among us? The King of Zhongyuan nodded lightly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Yes, a traitor who has an overview of the overall situation and understands everything. The King of Zhongyuan's sharp eyes fixed on the housekeeper Old Ma's face, like two red-hot needles, pricking his face. Staring at him like this, he slowly said, years of planning to defeat the West Wind, the golden carp is still unable to become a dragon, conceded that he has the world's plan, his subordinates are all heroes, in dreams, in the field, above the clouds, under the clouds, suffering, weaving a net of the world, hiding 3 suns in the depths of the palace, waving his sleeves to raise the military and political will, planning to bring the Zhongyuan into his pocket. Everything is ready, waiting for the right time, but all is in vain. What is the end of this life? Who in the world can answer his doubts? The housekeeper Old Ma suddenly looked excited, exclaiming in admiration, Your Highness, good poem. Your Highness, good poem. The King of Zhongyuan closed his eyes slightly, gently exhaling. I'm asking you a question. Why did you give me a good poem? Things had already come to this point. Could it be that they still couldn't be honest with each other? This traitor is that poisonous fish. This traitor is constantly spitting out bubbles, implicating all those who have come into contact with him. They are all implicated in the calamity of death, and it is difficult for them to escape. A slight smile appeared on the King of Zhongyuan's dignified face, but the smile lines on his face were cold and callous. The housekeeper's face was full of anger, gnashing his teeth. Your Highness, who is that person? Who is so crazy? Do you know? I know. Of course I know. If I still didn't know until now, wouldn't I be extremely foolish? The King of Zhongyuan looked at the butler's face. His eyes became increasingly cold, but there was also a hint of sadness and emptiness in them. The steward said with righteous indignation, Please give the order, Your Highness. Even if I have to risk my life, I will not let this person go. This person has committed a heinous crime and deserves to be killed. The King of Zhongyuan said quietly, Old Ma, do you really think so? This subordinate is so angry that his belly is about to explode. The King of Zhongyuan chuckled. Then why don't I tell you? That person is you. Yes. The butler stood rooted to the ground, his mouth agape as he stared blankly at the Prince of Zhongyuan. The King of Zhongyuan was very close to the butler. He looked at the butler with an oppressive gaze. Gritting his teeth, he smiled and said in a low voice, Yes, it's you. Your Highness. The butler took a step back in panic and almost fell into the pool. Your Highness, I'm innocent. I'll be loyal to you for life. A self-mocking expression appeared on the King of Zhongyuan's face. Loyal to you for life. Ha. He suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth and tears came out of his eyes. Tears of laughter flowed down his cheeks, but he was still laughing. Ha! I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha. This is too funny. This is too funny. The king of Zhongyan laughed maniacally, not caring about his manners at all. Old Ma, since you're so loyal to me, please tell me honestly. Can I still see my son? Can I still see the crown prince and his family? See them for the last time? The king of Zhongyuan bit his lips so hard that it bled. The butler panicked. Your Highness. What's wrong? I just received news that the crown prince's carriage is about to enter Fenghai. You'll be able to see them soon. I'll be able to see them soon. I've already seen them. The king of Zhongyuan laughed bitterly. His entire body was trembling. He took out his phone from his bosom. There were dozens of pictures in it. The butler's gaze was fixed on the name of the caller. Yang guessed. Take a look, take a good look, my loyal butler. The king of Zhongyuan did not care about what the butler was looking at. Now, he no longer cared about anything. He was still laughing maniacally. Take a look. Take a look. I've seen it. You, take a look too. The butler trembled incessantly. Your Highness, Your Highness. I'll show you. The butler picked up the phone and flipped through the pictures one by one. The pictures were all of corpses. There were men, women, and young children. There were even a few pictures of families who had died neatly together. The king of Zhongyuan looked at the weeping willow in the mansion. Its bare branches were swaying in the breeze. Occasionally, there would be a soft sound, and a branch would break off and fall. It would fall into the dust. The crown prince and his family were found dead on the road at Xiaomeng Mountain Pass this afternoon. Everyone, including the accompanying guards, men, women, old and young, were all killed, including my grandsons and granddaughters. The king of Zhongyuan took a deep breath. The crown prince kept a few mistresses in Shangjing. Around the same time, their entire families, including the young children, all died an unnatural death. Now, at this very moment, do you know how many people are left in the king of Zhongyuan's bloodline? The king of Zhongyuan smiled faintly. I'm the only one left. I'm the only one left. I am the only one who hasn't died yet. Everyone who is related to me, my bloodline, my... The king of Zhongyuan clenched his teeth. With a cracking sound, he actually crushed one of his teeth. Family. My family, my bloodline, none of them are alive in this world anymore. The king of Zhongyuan looked at the butler's pale face and trembling body. He slowly approached him, his gaze dark and oppressive. Is this what you meant when you said that I'm about to be reunited with my son? The butler explained in a panic, Your Highness, even if the crown prince met with an accident, it has nothing to do with me. What a great, nothing to do with you. At that time, you were the one who suggested that I bring the crown prince back from Shangjing, because I'm afraid that something bad will happen if he stays there. After all, with the matter of the Chung family's daughter, there's already a blood feud with the crown prince. It's better to let the crown prince and his family return to Fenghai. It's still our territory, and it's more secure. So I listened to you and let them come back. The king of Zhongyuan's eyes were bloodshot. He said, Do you know? At that time I knew it was you. But I mistakenly thought that it was the higher-up's intention to let our family gather in one place. As long as we don't stir up trouble, I'll keep my bloodline. But I never thought that you would be so vicious. The king of Zhongyuan's eyes looked like they were dripping blood, but the corners of his mouth were really dripping blood. He suddenly laughed loudly. Funny. Funny. It's really fucking funny. I thought that I had everything under control, that I was invulnerable, but I didn't expect that the biggest traitor was actually my mastermind. He was the one who understood everything about me, arranged everything for me, and knew all the secrets of my bloodline, the first mastermind. How ridiculous! Jun Taifeng, if you don't lose, then the heavens are blind. The king of Zhongyuan raised his hand and slapped himself 4 times. He slapped himself so hard that his face swelled up instantly, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. But he didn't stop. He wasn't satisfied. After thinking for a while, he slapped himself a dozen more times. You're stupid. You're so stupid. So stupid. The mastermind is a traitor. Jun Taifeng, how fucking blind are your eyes? The king of Zhongyuan gasped for breath. After a long time, he finally let out an earth-shattering roar. Who are you? Ma. Who the fuck are you? The butler, Old Ma, stared at the king of Zhongyu. His eyes were originally trembling, respectful, sorrowful, understanding, and empathetic. But slowly, the look in his eyes suddenly changed. No longer trembling, no longer panicking. His originally stooped waist actually slowly straightened. His pale face was still pale, but the usual humble and submissive look on his face had completely disappeared. He straightened his body and stood in front of the king of Zhongyan, presenting an indescribable sense of dignity. Then he actually smiled faintly at the king of Zhongyun. He said clearly, "Hello." The king of Zhongyan glared at him fiercely, gritting his teeth and praising, "Not bad, not bad. This is your true face. You're really outstanding." The butler smiled and coughed. He slowly took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, carefully opened the packaging, and put one in his mouth. Then he took out a lighter and lit it calmly. He took a deep breath and said emotionally, "I've quit smoking for more than 100 years. Now that I suddenly smoke, I'm a little dizzy and not used to it. This is the last time." The king of Zhongyuan's eyes were bloodshot. "Very soon, you won't faint anymore. That's right. Once a person is dead, how can he still faint?" The butler puffed on his cigarette. The smoke curled up and almost covered his face. "For you." The king of Zhongyan held back his temper that was about to explode and asked through gritted teeth, "You're from the royal family? The crown prince? The 9 heavens pavilion? Or the left and right heavenly kings? The minister and the emperor?" When he mentioned the last two people, the king of Zhongyuan's voice also trembled. The butler, Old Ma, laughed mockingly. He bit the cigarette butt and took a puff. "You really think highly of yourself. Do you think you're worthy of the minister and the emperor to specially deploy people to deal with you?" The butler laughed mockingly. Suddenly, he coughed violently, tilted his head, and spat with a disgusted expression. "Tui." He actually pointed at the king of Zhongyuan with the hand holding the cigarette and scolded with infinite disdain, "Can you have some self-awareness? Who the hell do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of so many big shots scheming against you? Can you be more shameless? You've already lost your family, and you're still acting like an idiot. Where does your confidence come from?" Chapter 767. You're scolding me? The king of Zhongyan was suddenly stunned for a long while. The butler suddenly spoke to him in such a tone, and he was actually at a loss for what to do. Even though he knew that the butler was a traitor and a mole, he was already used to the butler's subservience and groveling after so many years. Now, he looked at this person whom he had been with for more than 100 years, whom he was more familiar with than his wife, whom he trusted 100 times more than his wife. He was stunned on the spot when the butler said such vicious and mocking words to him, and he did not come back to his senses for a long time. "Then, who exactly do you work for?" The king of Zhongyuan's mind raced, but he was not angry. He was only left with curiosity now. Who was the one who schemed against him and planned for 100 years? For so many years, the butler had been loyal and devoted to him. He had completed all the tasks given to him perfectly. That was something he had seen with his own eyes. But until now, the king of the Central Plains still could not figure out why he would betray him. "I'm a bastard." The butler sneered. As he spoke, he suddenly slapped himself. This slap was extremely heavy, directly knocking out 3 of his own teeth. When he looked up again, his mouth was already dripping with blood. He looked at the king of Zhongyuan's face and suddenly sneered. "You want to know? You really want to know? Please enlighten me. I'm not anyone's man. And no one instigated me." The butler slurped and swallowed the blood and teeth back into his mouth. "I'm about to leave, so it's better to be in one piece. Take them with you." Not anyone's man? The king of Zhongyuan was even more confused. How was that possible? "Do you have a grudge against me?" "I have no grudge against you." The king of Zhongyuan was completely dumbfounded. "No one instigated you, and you have no grudge against me? Are you crazy? Why are you doing this to me?" "If I have to say it, I'm your man," the butler said with certainty. My man! The king of Zhongyuan felt insulted. He glared and was about to fly into a rage. I'm indeed your man, and I've always been your man. The butler took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. Back then, when I was fighting at the front lines, the flood which struck me with her hammer and knocked me unconscious. My primordial spirit was injured and my origin was damaged. I fell to the ground and fell on the spiked club with a bad face. Not to mention my face, even my facial bones were gone. I retired from the army with Yi Changqing and the others. But we are not the same kind of people. My way of doing things has always been based on achieving my goal. I don't care about the process, so naturally, I'm much more sinister and vicious. However, the few of them boast of being open and above board, and refuse to use underhanded tricks. Therefore, we really don't have much interaction usually. They went to the Hidden Dragon High School, but I don't want to teach and I don't want to wander the Jianghu. But I don't want to live an indifferent life and become an ordinary person. I still want to do something in another place and in another place. I've never been the kind of person with a strong sense of justice. At the same time, I don't want to be buried. I'm already used to stirring up trouble and controlling the overall situation. Even my brothers in the army fought each other because of my instigation. Some of them fought until they became lifelong enemies. In their eyes, I'm a poisonous snake. Not only are they difficult to be friends with, they're even unbearable to be associated with. You definitely don't know that Yi Changqing and the others were also once instigated by me. They almost killed me because of this. But no matter how unbearable it is to be associated with them, when we're on the battlefield, we'll still leave our backs to each other and save each other's lives no less than a dozen times. I don't want to meet them, and I don't want to face that battlefield again. My left and right faces are already ruined, so I might as well reconstruct a new face. I'll use a new face and a new name to start a new life. Stirring up wind and rain is already the greatest pleasure of my life. Old Ma chuckled and said, "You're an ambitious person. Following you will not only not bring disgrace to me, but will also allow me to unleash my talents. I've really put in the greatest effort to follow you in the rebellion. I also really want to meet the wind and clouds once. Even if I die, I'll have no regrets. I don't care about right or wrong. I don't care about justice or evil. I only want to live a happy life. I only want to live a happy life for the rest of my life." Old Ma said, "When I entered the Prince of Zhongyuan's residence, I did everything you asked me to do properly. I became your confidant bit by bit, and even participated in some important matters later on. I've been loyal to you for decades. It's all because I've done my best for you. I've treated myself as your dog. It's because this feeling of stirring up trouble in the dark is too satisfying. So, I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'll bite whoever you want me to bite." The Prince of Zhongyuan nodded. Old Ma's words were not wrong at all. During those years, Old Ma's loyalty to him was to the extreme. It was really to the point that it made one's hair stand on end. The Prince of Zhongyuan didn't know how many shady things he had done for him. In fact, it was also at that time that the Prince of Zhongyuan found out that this guy was a jack of all trades. He could do anything and dared to do anything. In the end, he completed everything extremely well. How could such a talent not be entrusted with heavy responsibilities and treated as a confidant? After more than 100 years of interaction, the two of them could be said to have an excellent tacit understanding. Just from the perspective of companionship and trust, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were best friends in the world. That was why the Prince of Zhongyan found out so late that the mole was actually Old Ma. The Prince of Zhongyu even thought that even if his wife betrayed him, Old Ma wouldn't betray him. Even if he changed his mind and betrayed his own people, Old Ma wouldn't betray him. But now, it just had to be this absolutely impossible person. I used to think that I'd never betray you in my life. Until I suddenly found out that you've actually laid your hands on a martial artist. A martial artist? The Prince of Zhongyan was stunned. That's right. Old Ma's face was blood red. It doesn't matter who you've laid your hands on. Even if you've laid your hands on the minister and the emperor, even if I know that I'm no match for them, I'll still help you plan. At most, I'll die with you. It doesn't matter. But why did you lay your hands on Shi Yunfeng? Why did you lay your hands on Yi Changqing? You instigated people to plot against Yi Changqing first. But as long as he's not dead, I won't do anything even if I feel uncomfortable for a while. You instigated people to frame Xiang Quangren, that's still fine. As long as he's not dead, you can hide at home for a while. I'll even be happy to see that happen. After that, you set up a trap and pulled in the major families of the capital. For your hegemony, you made Yi Changqing and the others sacrifice their status. I can still accept it. As long as he's not dead, everything else is insignificant. However, I never expected that you would lay your hands on Shi Yunfeng and Qing Gaing so viciously and ruthlessly. Fine, since you've done it once, I'll do it 15 times. What I'm more concerned about is when. When did you fall in love with Yu Jiren? Old Ma asked fiercely. Until now, there's still a portrait of Yu Jiren hanging in your study. Do you still remember the day of Shi Yunfeng's wedding after he returned to the Hidden Dragon Kingdom and found a wife? I didn't do anything. I just hid in my room and drank myself to death. Surely you have some impression of that, right? Ever since I came to the Prince of Zhongyuan's residence, I've only gotten drunk once in all these years. Old Ma asked fiercely. The Prince of Zhongyuan was in a trance. He vaguely remembered that there was a time when he asked the butler to do something, only to be told that the butler was so drunk that he didn't even know who he was. He kept shouting that he was a marshal and wanted to lead the troops into battle. At that time, the Prince of Zhongyuan found it funny that this viper-like guy had such a naive side. He didn't expect it to be because of this. His brother got married and he got drunk happily. There's nothing wrong with you liking Yu Jiren. But why didn't you pursue her before she got married? Old Ma asked fiercely. Even if you wanted to snatch her before she got married, as long as you said so, even if you wanted me to snatch her for you personally, it would be fine. What's the big deal about snatching and playing with a woman? You could have said so earlier, why didn't you? You've played with so many women, why did you start to pretend to be pure when it came to Yu Jiren? Fuck you. Do you think you're a Casanova? You're a fucking stallion. Even stallions don't have as many mares as you do. The Prince of Zhongyuan snorted and said angrily, Yu Jiren usually dressed like a country bumpkin. How could I have noticed it? The only time I saw her real face was on the day of her wedding with Shi Yunfeng. I was there as a guest. And then you fell in love at first sight? Aren't you fucking cheap? Old Ma was obviously going all out this time. He knew that he wouldn't be able to survive today no matter what. It was better for him to curse out everything in his heart before he died, venting everything in his heart. Anyway, the Prince of Zhongyuan didn't know everything yet. He had plenty of time to curse and curse as viciously as he could. That was what it meant to be satisfied and to the fullest. So all these were done by you and Yi Changqing from the Hidden Dragon High School? The Prince of Zhongyuan was trembling all over. Just the two of you? How awesome do you think you are? Just the two of us? Old Ma snorted and said proudly, there's no we, only me. Only me, do you understand? They don't know at all. Old Ma spat. Those few idiots, they're so simple-minded and don't even have a brain. If I were to work with them, I'm afraid I would have been caught by you long ago. He roared proudly, I did it all by myself. But isn't your father awesome? The Prince of Zhongyuan started to tremble all over. He really wanted to slap this person to death, but there were too many doubts in his heart. The arrangement of the Hidden Dragon High School was already part of my plan. Besides, I didn't ask you to do those things. Do you have to do this? The Prince of Zhongyuan said angrily. Of course. You harmed my brother, of course I have to take revenge. Chapter 768. Hee, by the time I found out about Shi Yunfeng, you had already done it. Shi Yunfeng had already secretly gone to the front line. Since then, you wanted to lay your hands on Beauty Yu, but you never succeeded. Do you know why? The King of Zhongyuan snorted coldly. With my butler helping over there, I naturally couldn't succeed. You are the only one who can understand all of my arrangements. You are the only one who can use most of my power. You are also the only one who can erase all traces after the event without me noticing. Ha! Beauty Yu is already my brother's wife. What do you think you are? It's one thing for me to be your dog, but in my heart, you, Jun Taifeng, have never been a human. I can be your dog, but you can't lay your hands on my brother's wife. My brother is dead, and I can't save him. I've already let him down. If I let you defile his wife, then what's the use of me? Old Ma twisted his neck. Originally, Shi Yunfeng wanted to die. After I protected Beauty Yu, I wanted to leave. Because if I continued to work for you, I'd let Shi Yunfeng down. But you killed Qing Gaiying's 2 granddaughters, and you even used such a despicable method. The blood on Old Ma's face was flashing as he gritted his teeth. For the past 100 years, no matter what bad things you do, you're used to discussing it with me first. Why didn't you discuss it with me only that times? Is it because it's related to the royal family secret, and you don't want me to know? The king of Zhongyuan was in a daze. At that time, he didn't deliberately hide it from Old Ma. It was because Old Ma was sent out to do something. He forgot. Besides, targeting those 2 girls was indeed related to the royal family secret. It was a rare opportunity, and it was fleeting, so he arranged it conveniently. Just these few people. You'll never contact these few people in your life. Are they worth betraying me? The king of Zhongyuan was confused. I don't have a father, a mother, a wife, or children. I don't even have brothers or sisters. Old Ma howled to the sky. The 17 of them who survived that year, are the only warmth in my heart. The only warmth in my heart. You know, son of a bitch. Do you know why I chose the king's mansion of Zhongyuan? It's because the hidden dragon is in Fenghai. And your king's mansion of Zhongyuan is also in Fenghai. Because they are all here. With them here, as long as they are still alive, I won't be lonely. In this life, I don't even care about my own life. I don't know how many evil and heartless things I've done. But what's funny is, I care about these brothers who crawled out from the pile of corpses with me. I don't want to see them, not because I look down on them, and not because I feel inferior. I don't feel inferior when I do bad things, because I like to do bad things. I don't feel inferior or proud. It's just that they are annoying. Fuck, this is so annoying. Old Ma grabbed his hair and said crazily, the moment we met, they talked about all sorts of things and persuaded me to do things with them, to turn over a new leaf. If I really wanted to do it, would I need their advice? Is it so fun to go to a martial arts school and teach a bunch of idiots who don't know shit every day? Looking at those ignorant and naive idiots who always think that society is fair, I want to strangle them to death one by one. You still want to teach? I'd rather change my face and identity to be a dog than do that kind of thing. There was a time when I read the Hidden Dragon Daily and the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School website every day. What do you think I was doing? You must have thought that I was deliberately looking for the flaws of the people from the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School. In fact, I missed them and looked at those messages to comfort myself. Old Ma seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. The king of Zhongyuan suddenly understood. I see it. I really thought that you knew that I wanted to deal with the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School and thought of ways for me every day. When Yi Changqing got into trouble, I tolerated it. When Xiang Kuangren got into trouble, I also tolerated it. After all, they were still alive. But when Shi Yunfeng died, I couldn't tolerate it anymore. But since you and I have known each other for 100 years, although I was determined to deal with you, I would only target you and not your family. But not long after, Qing Gaiying's incident happened. I made up my mind. How can I leave before I completely destroy you? They can't take revenge, but I can. Old Ma laughed miserably. At that time, I swore that I would make your Zhongyuan imperial residents extinct. Kill them all. Exterminate them all. I will make your Zhongyuan imperial residence and not a single blade of grass in your imperial residence survive. I will let you have a good taste of your family being exterminated and your family being exterminated. I will avenge my brother. Old Ma roared to the sky, tears of blood flowing down his face. He laughed loudly. Shi Yunfeng, brother, do you see that? You fucking beat me every day in the army, but now I am avenging you. Are you satisfied? Are you satisfied? Are you fucking satisfied? Fucking Shi Yunfeng. Fucking Shi Yunfeng. I saved your life 7 times, but you still scolded me every day like a son of a bitch. You fucking died and I am the one who avenged you. Are you satisfied? Those who hurt you have been uprooted by me. Ha! Their entire family, old and young, will be exterminated. Old Ma roared with laughter, looking extremely crazy. Ha! I am not with you every day, but I have not forgotten. I am a bastard, I do not do good things. I follow good people to do good things, and bad people to do bad things. But I do not want to follow good people, there are too many restrictions. I can't do anything in the army, but I want to live happily at home. Whether it is doing bad things or avenging you, I want to do it happily. It is the best. Old Ma roared with laughter, as if he had completely lost his mind. The king of Zhongyuan, on the other hand, had completely calmed down. I see, so this is the truth. Back then, when Qing Gaing broke into the imperial residence, I personally went to greet him, but he still managed to escape. You must have done something, right? The king of Zhongyuan finally understood. Many of his doubts in the past had been answered. At that time, he had decided to attack, intending to kill Qing Gaing directly. However, Qing Gaing had still managed to escape after taking a fatal blow from him. It was extremely strange. That was his imperial residence, his own territory. A seriously injured outsider who was not familiar with the terrain at all, who was facing so many experts, had actually managed to escape and he could not even be caught after escaping. It turned out that he had a steward as a spy. Old Ma sneered. I have been your steward for more than 100 years. It was very easy for me to lead him out without anyone knowing. How could I watch my brother die here? After that, you even wanted to investigate the spy. Ha, with your little brain, how could you find out? I see. At this moment, the king of Zhongyu only felt a sense of absurdity filling his entire head. There was no more hatred or anger, or rather, no more hatred or anger. It was not as great as this absurd feeling. I have worked so hard for half my life, all my efforts, all my planning, all because of this bullshit brotherhood and I have fallen just like that. Who can I find to reason with? I really did not expect this even in my dreams. Over the past 100 years, he had worked together with the man before him to get rid of the spies planted by the royal family, the Bureau of Supervision, and the military. They had gotten rid of all of the spies planted by the royal family, the Bureau of Supervision, and the military. If it were not for the fact that most of it was done by the steward, how could I have trusted him so much and entrusted most of my power to him? But who would have thought that the most loyal dog in my heart, who never doubted me, was actually the biggest traitor? And the reason he betrayed me was because of this so-called brotherhood that I would not believe in at all. If old Ma had not revealed it himself today, if others had used this as a basis to expose me, I would have scoffed and not believed them. I would even send the people who exposed old Ma to old Ma directly and tell him a joke. These people said that you betrayed me for your brotherhood. Ha, this is fucking unbelievable. How could there be such brotherhood in this world? How could there be such feelings? This is fucking ridiculous. But why are you still here? You have already caused me to lose my descendants, my bloodline to be extinct, and my career to be ruined. Why are you still here? Asked the king of Zhongyuan. This was the biggest doubt in his heart. Before today, even though he had his doubts, the steward had countless opportunities to leave if he wanted to. But he did not leave and stayed here all this time. Until now, when he could no longer bear it and dragged him out. Old Ma smiled viciously. You are not dead yet, how can I leave? I will not leave before I have my revenge. It will only be over when you die after your whole family is dead. Jun Taifeng, why can't you bear with it? If you bear with it for a few more days, I will make my move on you. You still have 2 confidants that I have not found and killed. Why can't you wait? The king of Zhongyuan sighed softly. So you are still waiting for me to die? You actually want me to bear with it for a while more. Opposite him, old Ma chuckled, his face full of joy. I served in the East Army and then, when Shi Yunfeng finally exposed himself, I felt that this was an opportunity, An excellent opportunity, so I reported all your actions to General Dongfang. From the beginning to the end, I did not miss any detail, ha. All this information is with me. Even you do not know as much as I do. Old Ma laughed heartily. That is why Chief Nan is purging this time. Now, do you understand? You did it for this? To betray me? Just for this so-called brotherhood? The king of Zhongyuan was trembling all over. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that his life's work would be ruined because of this. Even until now, he was still unwilling to believe this person. Brotherly love. Brotherly love. What the hell is that? This bastard did so much for this. Is this not enough? Old Ma laughed sinisterly. What you did to my brother, I will make you become like him. I will repay you tenfold. That year, I went out on a mission with Shi Yunfeng and the rest. When I came back, my butt was hit with the secret sorcery king needle, and the wound smelled like the sewer of a chemical factory. The 6 of them carried me on their backs and sucked my butt with their mouths. I'm alive now, but they've all been bedridden for half a year. Every part of their bodies is as swollen as dough. When Shi Yunfeng sucked my blood for the last time, his face was already bigger than my butt. When Xingtian's mouth was injured and one of his teeth was knocked out. In order to suck my butt, half of his face was scraped off after he came back, and 2 layers of his bones were scraped off before he survived. We went through fire and water together. They saved my life and I saved their lives too. No one owes anyone anything. However, for the brothers who sucked my butt like this, whoever killed them, I will avenge them no matter what. I don't have to acknowledge anyone in this lifetime. Only they can't. I don't have to avenge anyone in this lifetime, but they can't. I don't have to care about anyone in this lifetime, even myself, but they can't. You fucking. For a moment, the king of Zhongyuan was even speechless. Suddenly, he was so exasperated that he started cursing, you fucking. You're just a fucking rotten maggot with ulcers on your head and pus flowing out of your feet. Why the fuck are you talking about brotherhood in the martial world? You bastard, do you think you're fit to talk about loyalty? Are you worthy? The king of the Zhongyuan was speechless. He suppressed all his emotions. These words were also from the bottom of his heart. He really thought so. How can someone like you be fit to talk about brotherhood? Was he worthy of having feelings? This was like a prostitute who had been a prostitute for half her life coming home to find her husband, only to ask him to have money, a building, betrothal gifts, and a car. She even asked him to be a virgin. This was really fucking motherfucking. Why am I not worthy? Why wasn't he worthy? It's not up to you to decide if I'm worthy or not. Old Ma lit a cigarette and looked up. I've been blinded by lard. I've been bad all my life, but I still have brothers and people I can't let go of. Even I find it strange. But I've already talked about brotherhood. What can you do about it? The king of the Zhongyuan looked at this face. He had never realized that this face was actually so annoying. Old Ma's face was contorted with a cigarette in his mouth. He revealed a vicious smile and said, actually, you should be happy, because you still have a few daughters. Nominally, they're dead. But in reality, they're not dead yet. The king of the Zhongyuan's thoughts turned and his face became even more contorted. What do you mean? It's nothing. They're in some place now, doing something that makes a man the happiest. The freckles on old Ma's face were almost protruding out. He smiled sinisterly and said, actually, you shouldn't be surprised. This is the interest I collected for Qing Gaiying's 2 granddaughters. I don't have any children or family. My brother's granddaughters are my granddaughters. This is the interest I collected for my granddaughters. Are you satisfied, Your Highness? It's the 3rd watch today. Please vote. Chapter 769. Boom. Bastard. The king of Zhongyuan finally made his move. He was completely enraged. Completely enraged. A thunderous punch landed on Old Ma's face. Old Ma didn't resist at all. He knew that his martial arts were far inferior to the king of Zhongyuan's. Since he had been discovered, since he was face to face, There was no point in resisting. His thin body was sent flying by the king of Zhongyuan's punch. He fell like a broken sack, bleeding from his 7 orifices. However, old Ma was laughing happily. How is it? Is it fun? Ha. Do you feel humiliated? Ha. Your daughter. I'm afraid she's already been fucked. Ha. I destroyed their martial arts foundation with my own hands. I'm afraid ordinary men can't do anything to them. I even broke a few of their meridians. Old Ma lay on the ground and vomited blood. I guess they're having fun now. Jun Taifeng, do you want to go over and take a look? I can tell you where they are. HM? Ha. Didn't you bombard Shi Yunfeng with prostitutes in the past? Are you having fun now? Are you having fun now? Let me tell you, if Shi Yunfeng is still alive, I'll definitely send him to prostitutes. Ha. The king of Zhongyuan's face was livid. He flew over and punched him repeatedly. Old Ma kept vomiting blood, but he was still laughing. Don't worry, I know you want to have fun, but I won't tell you. Ha, you called me a bastard? Ha, if your daughter can give birth in the future, she'll give birth too. Smith. The king of Zhongyuan's punch landed on his mouth. All his teeth fell to the ground. Even half of his tongue was smashed in an instant. However, Hua Qianshou was still mumbling incoherently. He tried his best to say, "You're a bastard." Ha. Shut up. The king of Zhongyuan was furious. He grabbed old Ma's hair and lifted him up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut your mouth. Old Ma smiled happily. Suddenly he winked. Your Highness, if those prostitutes know that they're having fun with the king of Zhongyuan's precious daughter, how excited would they be? Bastard. Shut up, shut up. The king of Zhongyuan struck Old Horse's body crazily, his bones cracking. Old Horse laughed maniacally as he kept spewing blood. However, his words became more and more vicious. You are ruthless. The king of Zhongyuan stopped abruptly and said fiercely, Do you want to die? Are you trying to provoke me so that I'll kill you? Old bastard, how can it be so cheap? Hua Qianshou laughed. I've hurt you to this extent and you still don't want to kill me? Do you have such deep feelings for me? Ha. Come, let me recover. I will continue to be your butler. I want your heart to fly away. This king wants to crush your bones inch by inch. I'll cut you into pieces bit by bit, but I won't let you die so easily. Hua Qianshou laughed mockingly. Jun Taifeng, I'm afraid you don't know that I'm from the Eastern Army. Have you never heard of the Eastern Army? Come at me. Don't even mention begging for mercy. My face will change color and my smile will fade a little. I will say that you, Jun Taifeng, have guts. The king of Zhongyuan was stunned for a moment, because he knew it was the truth. This bunch of fugitives from the Eastern Army were really tough. In this aspect, they were number 1 in the 3 continents. This was recognized by everyone. In other words, torture was meaningless to Hua Qianshou, especially when he had already achieved his final goal, but he still wanted to stay here and watch him die. In fact, this person no longer cared about his own life. Torture of life and death was nothing to this kind of person. The king of Zhongyuan grabbed him by the chest. Tell me your name. Let me know who defeated me, and I will send you on your way. Old Ma looked at him suspiciously and said, Do you mean what you say? This king is the king of Zhongyuan. King of Zhongyuan? What are you? Old Ma spat out a mouthful of pus and blood in disdain. He said disdainfully, The title king of the Central Plains doesn't even have a credit limit to me. The king of Zhongyuan was furious. Seems like you are just stubborn. You don't dare to tell me your name? Old Ma laughed. I'm so scared of you. Why wouldn't I dare? Why would I be scared of a loner like you? He laughed wildly and said, I am the Eastern Army's snake gentleman. I am Hua Qianshou. Hua Qianshou. Snake gentleman, Hua Qianshou. The king of Zhongyuan nodded fiercely. Good Hua Qianshou. Good Hua Qianshou. The more he thought about it, the angrier he felt. His many years of planning had been ruined in the hands of such a person he had long recognized as one of his own, a person he trusted, a person he was close to. Moreover, it was for such a baffling reason that he found hard to believe and even more incomprehensible that after thinking about it, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Did it? The king of Zhongyuan asked fiercely. If it was just Hua Qinshu alone, he could not have done so many things. He could not do it even if he was tired to death. Besides, he did not have the time. Who's the one who did it? Your question is so naive and stupid. Hua Qinshu laughed wildly. You think you can get the answer? Ha! Stupid, stupid. The king of Zhongyuan looked up to the sky and roared, Hua Qinshu! Your brothers don't even know what you have done, do they? Hua Qinshu laughed strangely. Why, you want to make a name for me? You want to tell them that I have done so many things for them in secret? Then I will thank you. Ha! I was worried that I could not let them know that I have done so much for them. Ha! As you wish. The king of Zhongyuan let out a thunderous roar. As you wish. Suddenly he grabbed Hua Qinshu and flew away. Now that the king of Zhongyuan had lost his last bit of consolation, he had gone completely crazy. Years of hard work had been ruined. All his subordinates were destroyed. All his forces were gone. All his children were gone. All his women were gone. Everything that was gone. Everything was gone. The king of Zhongyuan carried Hua Qinshu, who had been beaten to a pulp, and flew into the sky. Hua Qinshu had been tortured by him until he was like a pile of mud, but he was still conscious. He was still cursing and muttering that his vicious cursing did not stop all the way. And he was still laughing, Good. Good. I am so awesome. I am so awesome. Ha. He was still feeling proud that he had managed to bring the renowned king of the Central Plains to such a state. What an incredible achievement this was. How dare you kill my brother? How dare you hurt my brother? Damn it. I want to see how many people in this world dare to hurt my brother after I am gone. Ha ha. Hua Qinshu laughed wildly. He knew that he was about to die, but the joy in his heart was sweet and refreshing. He was still extremely happy. This is what it means to repay kindness and revenge. This is what it means to repay kindness and revenge. I am so awesome. I am so awesome. Hua Qinshu laughed and cursed all the way. But the king of Zhongyuan ignored him. The king of Zhongyuan's spiritual world had collapsed at this moment. The cold wind blew on the king of Zhongyuan's face. His body was shaking. Tears flowed from the corners of his eyes and were blown away by the wind. Gone. Everything was gone. His beautiful wife and concubines, his plan of having 100 children, his wealth and glory, his ambition, his power, and his ability to command hundreds of people. His child, from a small meatball, grew up bit by bit, learning how to speak. All the way to today, all of them were destroyed. No one survived. They had all turned into piles of rotten flesh. On the snowy ground, the crown prince's eyes, which were still open, were looking at his wife's naked body. Not far away was his grandson, whose brain had been smashed. Ahihi, the king of Zhongyuan howled in pain. He did not even know what he was screaming for. He only felt that his heart was constantly exploding and hurting. I had already stopped. I was already disheartened. I had already accepted my fate. I only wanted to live the rest of my life in peace. The 4 great commanders had already agreed to let me live on and protect my family for the rest of my life. The left and right heavenly kings had already let me go and stopped pursuing the matter. Even Yi Changqing and the rest could only look for opportunities in secret. They might not even have a chance. I will not give them a chance. Whenever they came, they would die. That I have already accepted my fate. But you, Hua Qinshu, did not let me go. What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with you? At this moment, the king of Zhongyuan only felt that he had already broken down. Even in his dreams, he did not expect that when he had already accepted his fate, such a person would jump out. Hua Qinshu, that you have done so many things to avenge your brothers. You are so cruel, so vicious. Tonight, I will let you see with your own eyes how your brothers will die in my hands. You have done so many things. You are so cruel and vicious. Tonight, I will let you see with your own eyes how your brothers will die in my hands. One by one, they will die in my hands. I want you to see with your own eyes how your brothers will be tortured to death one by one in front of you. I will kill all your brothers. Then I will directly kill that shit stirs Washao duo who suddenly appeared. Then I will rush into the Hidden Dragon High School and start a massacre. I will let your group of geniuses be buried with me. This prince's life is already ruined. Then, let millions of people experience this kind of pain that makes them wish they were dead. Your Highness. Two figures flew over and landed in front of the king of Zhongyuan. They were his only two subordinates. It could be said that they were the only ones left. Get out of the way. Your Highness. Think thrice. Think thrice. One of them urged anxiously. Think thrice. Chapter 770. The king of Zhongyuan howled and laughed bitterly. Yin Yang guessed, Netherworld, how can I calm down? How can I think twice? My entire family was destroyed by this son of a bitch. They're all dead. They're all dead. Now I have nothing. Now I have nothing. I really have nothing left. The king of Zhongyuan howled. If I don't take revenge, how can I, Jun Taifeng, continue to breathe? Your Highness. No need to persuade me. I'm going to kill tonight. If you want to come with me, then we'll kill until the world is turned upside down. If you don't, I won't blame you. From now on, we'll go our separate ways. The king of Zhongyuan stood in the air, carrying Hua Qianshou with a sorrowful expression. Farewell both of you. Then he carried Hua Qianshou and flew toward the direction of Hidden Dragon High School. Behind him, the two looked at each other. At the same time, they stopped in the air. Yin Yang guessed, what do you say? The eyes of the Netherworld assassin behind the mask were like the wisps. Netherworld assassin, what do you plan to do? Yin Yang guest's voice was indifferent. It's just a mortal world. The king of the Central Plains has done me a great favor. Since he has decided to turn the world upside down tonight to get rid of his hindrance, I'll sacrifice my life to give him the last bit of prestige. No matter what, he's still a king. Even if he's at the end of his rope, he should still have some dignity. The Netherworld assassin, who had never taken off his mask in his entire life, slowly pulled off his mask, revealing a chiseled face. What about you? The Netherworld assassin looked at Yin Yang guest with bright eyes. My situation is different from yours. I can watch from the sidelines, but at most, I can't help either side, Yin Yang guest said indifferently. Watch from the sidelines? Help neither side? The Netherworld assassin was furious. Yin Yang guest, I didn't expect you. Yin Yang guest said indifferently, I'm a subordinate of the King of the Right. I only successfully entered the King of Zhongyuan's group 3 years ago, but I've never been trusted. Helping neither side is the limit. And the reason I don't want to help the King of the Right is because I'm afraid of causing criticism, not because of any other reason. After all, the king has already let the king of Zhongyuan go. The Netherworld assassin was instantly at a loss for words. He actually didn't know what to say. I'm from the heavenly king of the right. This sentence was really straightforward to the extreme. This reason was too sufficient and indisputable. Yu Ming, you should actually leave. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't get involved in this mess. Yin Yang guest said faintly, Jun Taifeng? What kind of prestige does he have? Is such a person worthy of your life and death? Where else can I go? The specter assassin stood with his sword in hand. For a moment, he was at a loss. He originally wanted to die with the king of Zhongyuan, but when he heard him say that he was under the king of the right's command, his heart shattered. Let's go to the Sun Moon Pass. Yin Yang guest said sincerely, life is but a lifetime. If you can sacrifice your life for Jun Taifeng, why can't you sacrifice your life for the astral souls? With your cultivation, it won't be difficult for you to clear your name. I can report this to the Heavenly King and give you a chance. The Netherworld assassin only felt that at this moment he was all alone in the world. For a moment he was actually distracted. The Netherworld assassin finally sighed deeply. I'll go and take a look at Jun Taifeng's ending. Yin Yang guest said, I've just reported this matter to the Heavenly King. If there are no accidents, tonight should be the King of Zhongyuan's last song. Ba, June Taifeng really doesn't deserve last song. It's my fault for using the wrong words. The Netherworld assassin hesitated for a moment. His voice was a bit dry as he said, Can I go with you? Of course. But I want to warn you, don't act rashly. Even if it's just a thought, it's the difference between life and death. I don't have the ability to save you. I understand. Two figures, riding on the wind, chased in the direction where the king of Zhongyuan went. The king of Zhongyuan carried Hua Qianshou and had already drifted far away. However, his movement speed was getting slower and slower. He was waiting to see if the last two subordinates would catch up. Even if one of them caught up, the king of Zhongyuan would feel that he wouldn't be too miserable in this life. Even if he were to die, there would still be people following him. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still only the whistling cold wind behind him. It was quiet. Not even one person followed him. None of them came. At this moment, the king of Zhongyuan's heart was as cold as ice. Suddenly, he felt that this world was really lifeless. Hua Qianshou suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed until tears and snot flowed down his face. You're waiting for them? Do you want one last consolation book? You actually think they'll come? Die with you? Go to hell together? I'm dying of laughter. I'm dying of laughter. You're dreaming. You're a fucking stray now. Take a piss and look at yourself. You actually want loyal subordinates now? Just you? Trash like you? In your dreams. Shut up. Shut your mouth. The king of Zhongyuan only felt that the volcano in his heart had completely erupted. It exploded. No one came. Why didn't anyone come? Even the last subordinates of the two of you have left. The king of Zhongyuan carried Hua Qianshou and turned into a flash of light, passing through space and rushing toward the Hidden Dragon High School. His bright yellow robe flashed across the night sky. The three-clawed golden dragon robe fluttered in the air, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. From this moment on, the king of Zhongyuan did not look back anymore. He pushed his speed to the maximum. At the Hidden Dragon High School villa area. It was already 11 p.m. at night. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding got up from the balcony and prepared to go down to rest. However, at this moment, they suddenly frowned at the same time and looked into the distance. Obviously, they noticed that someone was flying toward them from the other side like a madman, full of murderous intent. That monstrous aura of hatred could be clearly felt even from afar. The king of Zhongyuan. Zhuo Changlu frowned. Is this guy crazy? Wu Yuding sighed softly. It's a pity. The king of 100 battles. Still can't keep his bloodline. Zhuo Changlu sighed softly. Let the royal family adopt one. In the neighboring villa, Yi Changqing was reading in the study when he suddenly felt uneasy. A monstrous aura was already pressing down on him. Yi Changqing did not dare to be negligent. He reacted immediately. His aura suddenly erupted and he shouted, "Who is it?" He was about to fly out. With a boom, the person had already landed in the courtyard in front of the villa. With a thunderous roar, he shouted, "Yi Changqing, come out." Yi Changqing's figure flashed and appeared at the door. The king of Zhongyuan? Yi Changqing looked at the king of Zhongyuan, who was already like a madman, in confusion. He frowned and asked, "Your Highness, why have you come in the middle of the night?" Well, what was he holding in his hand? With a whoosh, the king of Zhongyuan threw the bloody body in his hand toward Yi Changqing. Yi Changqing dodged instinctively. The body immediately fell to the ground in front of him. Although the body was covered in wounds and was severely injured, he was still breathing. He turned over with difficulty and lay face up on the ground. His face, which was covered in blood, was still laughing happily. This person was severely injured. There was no hope for him. With Yi Changqing's rich experience, he could tell at a glance that this person was no different from a dead person. All the meridians in his body were broken. His internal organs were also destroyed and almost turned into powder. He was only relying on the last breath of a high-level martial artist to hang on to his last breath of life. Once this last breath of life dissipated, he would die and his Tao would vanish. Such an injury was destined to be incurable. In this situation, with such injuries, even if a deity came to save him, even if the 7 sword emperors of the 12 great shamans Tao League were present at the same time, they could only watch him die slowly. At most, a martial artist's original soul would not be destroyed and there would be a chance for him to be reincarnated. This is Housekeeper Ma? Yi Changqing carefully identified the man and exclaimed in surprise. Based on his understanding of the king of Zhongyuan's influence, Steward Ma was an unparalleled loyal old dog to the king of Zhongyuan. Many despicable things were done by this fellow for the king of Zhongyuan. It was precisely because of this that Yi Changqing increasingly did not understand the king of Zhongyuan's purpose in doing this. Butler Ma. The king of Zhongyuan laughed crazily. You only recognize Butler Ma? Ha! This is your good brother, Yi Changqing. You don't recognize him? Ha! You don't recognize him? Hua Qianshou panted with difficulty. He opened his eyes and looked at the king of Zhongyuan. He cursed with all his strength. Jun Taifeng, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Ha! I'm so happy. Ha! Yi Changqing was shocked. Not only had he seen the king of Zhongyuan's butler many times, but he had also interacted with him many times. This was a scheming, sinister ghost domain man. How could he be like this at this moment? How could he be treated like this by the king of Zhongyuan? But why was he still cursing? What did the king of Zhongyuan just say? He said this person was his brother. How could this be? Who could this person be? Hua Qianshou. The king of Zhongyuan laughed bitterly. I fulfilled your last wish. But you don't dare to tell your brother your name? Fuck you. Hua Qianshou panted with difficulty and spat out a mouthful of saliva. The moment he heard this name, Yi Changqing felt cold all over, but he also felt his blood boiling. Hua Qianshou? Qianshou? Yi Changqing staggered and his eyes widened. He suddenly threw himself in front of Hua Qianshou and hissed, You're Qianshou? You're my brother Qianshou. Hua Qianshou chuckled and his eyes softened. He murmured, Bossy. I've avenged. My brothers. I've avenged. My brothers. Chapter 771. Qianshou. Yi Changqing screamed. His body trembled as he hastily took out medicine from his storage ring. Bottles after bottles of ointment, he poured them on Hua Qianshou and said, You are really Qianshou. How could you be like this? How did you end up like this? It's useless. Hua Qianshou gulped. His eyes were smiling. It's useless. But I will drink some more. Bossy. I killed the king of Zhongyuan's wife, children, illegitimate children, including his crown prince. In short, the king of Zhongyuan's grandsons and granddaughters. All of them. How does it feel? Ha! Hua Qianshou laughed maniacally. He spat out the liquid he just drank along with the blood clots. Kill the men, rape the women, then kill them. Not a single one was left alive, not a single one escaped. Ha! Hua Qianshou laughed strangely and coughed. How dare he bully us? How dare he hurt us? Motherfucker. The king of Zhongyuan. Who is he? I will kill him. His whole family. Damn it. Ha. I can't believe I can do such a big thing in my life. This is so fucking awesome. Yi Changqing's tears gushed out like a fountain. Don't talk anymore. Save your breath. You. The king of the Central Plains, Li Lai, roared, Yi Changqing, call all your brothers out. Today, I will let this bastard watch as his brothers die one by one in my hands. King of Zhongyuan screamed crazily, or I will die in your hands. Tonight, let's settle everything once and for all. Ha! King of Zhongyuan howled. He was like a wolf king who had all his wolves killed. He was howling alone on the mountain with wounds all over his body. Hua Qianshou's voice was urgent. Don't be fooled by him. Boss, you should run now. As long as you can avoid this moment, he won't be able to do anything to you. We have avenged ourselves. I have done enough. I provoked him to come here. Just to. Goodbye. Tell our brothers. I don't owe you anymore. Yi Changqing slowly straightened his body, his eyes suddenly blossoming with an extremely sharp light. Good. Today, I'll settle this with you. I want to settle this with you. With a cold voice, Grandma Shi Yujiaran, who was next door, also leaped over with a long sword in hand. Her eyes were filled with bone-piercing hatred as she looked at the Prince of Zhongyuan. Yi Changqing had already made the call. He knew that the king of the Central Plains was a formidable opponent. Back then, Qin Gaiying had been severely injured by his sword and had almost died. Even if his brothers joined forces, they might not be a match for him. But tonight, seeing Hua Qianshou in such a miserable state, Yi Changqing could no longer control his temper. You want to end it? Then let's end it. Even if we have to bet the lives of all our brothers, we will fight you. Come. He dialed the number. 5 or 6 minutes later, when Xingtian, Lu Yichuan, Xiang Quangren, and Qin Gaiying came one after another. There are 3 more brothers. They went to the front line to check the situation. Because the students have to change the defense, they went to check the situation there first. They won't be able to participate in this battle. Yi Changqing carefully knelt in front of Hua Qianshou and said, They can't come in person to see you off. Qianshou. So many brothers are coming to see me off. What's there to be dissatisfied with? Hua Qianshou laughed, satisfied, so satisfied. Boss, light me a cigarette. Light a few more. I want to smoke. I want to smoke to my heart's content. Yi Changqing hurriedly turned his head. Who has a cigarette? Then he remembered that he had a cigarette in his house to entertain guests. With a wave of his hand, he directly broke the window, grabbed a cigarette, opened it, hurriedly lit it, and sent it to Hua Qianshou's mouth. Qianshou, smoke slowly. There's plenty. Ha! Hua Qianshou had no teeth. He sucked the cigarette between his lips and spat out smoke. Good. Boss. When Xingtian and the others looked at Yi Changqing and the steward of the Wang residence of the Central Plains, they were puzzled. This is Qianshou. Yi Changqing carefully treated the wounds on Hua Qianshou's body, especially the bloodstains on his face. He said sadly, Hua Qianshou. Qianshou. Hearing this name, the 4 people were all shocked. The steward of the Wang residence of the Central Plains was actually him. Even Grandma Shi was surprised. She didn't know Hua Qianshou, but she had heard Shi Yunfeng talk about him more than once. Every time he talked about him, Shi Yunfeng would gnash his teeth and scold him. However, the pain and resentment in his heart couldn't be concealed. He had left a deep impression on her and was hard to forget. Qin Gaiying was suddenly enlightened. So he is Qianshou. So that's how it is. When I barged into the imperial residence, I was severely injured in an instant. Initially, I thought that I would not be able to survive. However, after fighting with the butler, I was able to fight my way out of the imperial residence. So this is the truth. Hua Qianshou looked at Qin Guiying with the cigarette in his mouth and laughed strangely. If it wasn't for me, your bones would be rotten by now. Qin Guiying, I would have returned the favor of sucking my ass a long time ago. It's a pity that you didn't know and understand until today. You idiot. Qianshou. Qin Guiying's eyes were red. How? How did you become like this? Hua Qianshou laughed strangely and was extremely proud. Back then, each and every one of you. You were so condescending and arrogant to me. But, wasn't it just sucking my ass? Did you really think that I owed you a big favor and couldn't repay it? Each and every one of you thought that I saved your lives more than you saved my life. But now, Hua Qianshou declared proudly, I helped you. Get your revenge. Now you owe me. You must remember to pay me back. You got your revenge? Everyone was stunned. When Boss Yi was attacked, it was King of Zhongyuan who did it. Xiang Quangren's incident was also King of Zhongyuan's doing. And Shi Yunfeng's incident, it was King of Zhongyuan who took a fancy to Shi Yunfeng's wife. He schemed against Shi Yunfeng and killed him. Qin Guiying's incident was also King of Zhongyuan's doing. Hua Qianshou gritted his teeth and said, These things. I knew some of them, but I didn't know some of them. I didn't have time to stop some of them. When old Shi died and Qin Guiying's girl was kidnapped, I decided to counterattack and kill Jun Taifeng's entire family. I hid in the Wang residence for so many years. Finally, I found a chance. I got rid of King of Zhongyuan's henchmen. It was me who told. 100 years of loyalty. I am that bastard's confidant. I am a loyal dog. I know every single one of his mistresses. I know every single one of his illegitimate children. I know every single one of his illegitimate daughters. The last few illegitimate daughters. I destroyed their martial arts and sold them. Chengguing, this is the interest I got for my granddaughters. Those few. They are quite fair. If you have time, you should go and take care of their business. I have already killed that bastard's bloodline. But I still have to thank him. Hua Qianshou laughed wildly. He spat out a mouthful of blood and gasped for breath. Thank you, Jun Taifeng. You are such a fucking idiot. You brought me here so that I can tell these guys about my glorious deeds. You fucking. Why do you have to listen to them again? Do you have fun listening to them? Jun Taifeng stared at him. Just tell them. If you don't tell them what you have done and how much you have sacrificed, they won't risk their lives to fight me to the death. I know you guys are old foxes. If you want to run away, I can't catch you all. I have to give you guys a reason to fight me to the death. I believe you. You said that after what you have done, as long as you are here, they would rather die than run away. I said that I will let you watch your brothers die one by one in front of you. I won't go back on my words. Later, I will pull out their tendons and skin them. You let me taste the feeling of being separated from my own flesh and blood. I will let you taste it too. King Zhongyun laughed crazily. Hua Qianshou, why don't you have a family? You old bastard. Why don't you have a family? I will enjoy it even more that way. Hua Qianshou was still laughing. He said viciously, I don't necessarily have a family. Those illegitimate daughters of yours. I have enjoyed them several times. Maybe they already have my seed? You can go and check. Find out which one is mine. The two of them cursed each other. Their filthy words were endless. They were extremely vicious. However, Yi Changqing, Xiang Kuangren, Wen Xingtian, Chen Gaiying, Lu Yichuan, Grandma Shi, and Yu Jiaran were all trembling. The main culprit. It was him, King Zhongyu. When Xingtian pulled out his sword with a clang. His long-lost name, 100,000 Slaughter, reappeared in the world. Sword light wrapped around his body. He suddenly shouted, Today's battle, either you die or I die. Jun Taifeng, show me your weapon. On the other side, Hua Qianshou was coughing. His voice had become unprecedentedly weak. Brothers. Remember. Live on. Play with more women for me. Do more bad things. If you dare to leave with me, I will look down on you. Even though their hearts were grieving to the extreme, Yi Changqing and the others still felt a burst of speechlessness. This guy's temper hadn't changed after so many years. He still didn't want to be a good person at all. At the last moment, in such a sad atmosphere, the words he said still made them want to beat him to death. Chapter 772. Are you done with your last words? The king of Zhongyuan laughed wildly. Hua Qianshou, old bastard, don't die. Keep your last breath. Watch me kill all your brothers in front of you. Hua Qianshou laughed desperately. Good. Today, I will open my eyes and watch the king of Zhongyuan's bloodline be completely wiped out. Brothers, kill him. Kill him for me. His bloodline is gone. Kill him and it will be clean. Sword light flashed, solemn and magnificent. The king of Zhongyuan's sword of king path was the first to strike. Yellow light flashed, and the sky crossing cross flashed. When Xingtian let out a shrill cry and took the lead to transform into a ball of dazzling sword light as he rushed forward. At this moment, when Xingtian had fused all of his cultivation into this single sword strike. Old bastard! I will kill you! Xiang Kuangren's sky piercer, Chen Gaiying's long saber, Yi Changqing and Lu Yichuan's swords, and Yu Jiaran's mountain river sword all struck out at the same time. Their target was King of Zhongyuan, Jun Taifeng. When Xingtian was in the middle, and the others attacked together. They attacked from above, below, left, and right. Once they attacked, it was a battle formation that they were extremely familiar with. Although Shi Yunfeng was not here, Yu Jiaran, with a long sword in her hand, made up for this flaw with a perfect posture. The 6 masters attacked with all their strength, intending to kill. Hua Qianshou was lying on the ground, tilting his head desperately to watch the battle. Suddenly, tears came out of his eyes and he murmured, "Battle formation. This is a battle formation." With a loud bang, the battle began in an instant. There were 7 people on both sides. Everyone's eyes were red, and they were all crazy. They only wanted to kill each other. There was only one word in everyone's mind: revenge. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian only had one thought, and so did the king of Zhongyuan: revenge. Both sides were crazy. On the other side, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaoyan, who were alarmed by the noise nearby, hurried upstairs. They were relieved to see that their parents were fine. "Something happened to Principal Yi. I have to go and take a look." Zhou Xiaoduo's heart burned with anxiety as he flew away. Zhou Xiaoyan followed him. "Will he be all right?" Wu Yuding asked worriedly. "I'm fine," Zhou Changlu said. "I've just asked Xiaoyu, and she's already arranged everything." Jun Taifeng, this is the final madness, the madness after losing his mental balance. He can't see past everything, and he feels that everyone has betrayed him. He doesn't want to live anymore, and that's why he's doing this. "You don't want to live anymore?" Wu Yuding was a little puzzled. "Yeah." Zhou Changlu told him what he heard from Yu Dongtian. Wu Yuding sighed as she listened. She didn't expect Hua Qianshou's revenge to be so extreme. If it were an ordinary person, most of them would just wait for an opportunity to kill. Very few people would really eliminate the source of the trouble, and even rape the victim's daughter, but this snake gentleman Hua Qianshou's revenge was from the cruelest and most vicious point of view. He only had one goal from the beginning: to end his family line, and to humiliate and ravage. So he did everything in the most extreme, most ruthless, most vicious, and even the dirtiest, most despicable and most extreme way of revenge. No wonder the king of Zhongyuan was driven crazy by him and didn't want to live anymore. Originally, the king of Zhongyuan, who knew that he had lost, had planned to live the rest of his life peacefully and not cause any more trouble. This was the last dignity and care that the 4 great generals gave him. But Hua Qianshou didn't want to let him go, because he knew that he hadn't avenged his brothers yet, and he couldn't let it end like this. That was why he had directed this play and led the situation to the current state. Wu Yuding wanted to say that this was too cruel, but when she thought of the things the king of Zhongyuan had done all these years, which one of them wasn't cruel to others? Now that he suffered such revenge, he deserved it. This was the cycle of karma. This battle had entered a white-hot state from the very beginning. It had only been half a minute, but everyone was already injured. When Xingtian's shoulder was dripping with blood, Qing Gaiying's back had a bloody wound, Yi Changqing's face was bleeding, Lu Yichuan's right hand was limp, and Grandma Shi was spitting blood. Xiang Quangren exerted the most strength, but he was also the most severely shaken, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his 5 internal organs were burning. The king of Zhongyuan's condition wasn't much better. One of his ears was missing, and his face was covered in blood. His shoulder was also dripping with blood. But the king of Zhongyuan was the one who suffered the least injuries. He shouted crazily, "Hua Qianshou, watch and see. The first one to die in front of you will be Wen Xingtian." Before he finished speaking, his body spun, and the air trembled. The space was faintly distorted, and Yi Changqing and the others were pushed out of the battle. His sword was pointed at Wen Xingtian. "Sky Soar Realm." Yi Changqing was shocked and he shouted, "Xingtian, retreat." The king of Zhongyuan had broken through to the Sky Soar Realm? Why should we retreat? When Xingtian let out a fierce roar. The sword in his hand was cold, and the sword light seemed to explode. He attacked with all his might. "How long can you retreat for? Let's fight." When Xingtian roared, "He's just a Skysoar realm induced by drugs. I'm not afraid of him." Instead of retreating, he charged at the king of Zhongyuan. Everyone could see that when Xingtian's muscles were bulging, and his body was expanding. Clearly, when Xingtian was planning to self-detonate and risk his life to fight the king of Zhongyun. He wanted to create an opportunity for his brothers to perish together with the king of Zhongyuan. Although when Xingtian's cultivation was much lower than the king of Zhongyuan's, he was still in peak condition. His spiritual energy and soul were still intact. Even a Skysoar realm cultivator couldn't underestimate the power of his self-detonation. If it were a Skysoar realm cultivator who had survived hundreds of battles, when Xingtian's self-detonation wouldn't be able to stop him. However, the king of Zhongyuan had always lived like a prince. Although he had plenty of battle experience, the gap between him and Wen Xingtian, who had survived hundreds of battles, was like heaven and earth. Therefore, Wen Xingtian instantly determined that his self-detonation would be effective. Revenge! When Xingtian roared, his eyes filled with hatred. Blood feud! The king of Zhongyuan saw Wen Xingtian coming at him menacingly, but he didn't panic. He swung his sword of King Path several hundred times and met Wen Xingtian head-on. He had absolute confidence that after this attack, Wen Xingtian wouldn't exist in this world anymore. Similarly, Wen Xingtian wouldn't have the chance to come into contact with him. Although the power of his self-detonation was great, it would be futile as long as he didn't come into contact with him. At this moment, a cool breeze suddenly appeared, and the whole space suddenly became cold. A girl in white silently appeared and flew over. The snow-like sword in her hand was extremely cold, and it turned into surging sword energy that filled the sky. Swoosh! The sword light pierced through the king of Zhongyuan's Skysoar realm cultivator's spatial seal, causing the surging cold air to freeze the world. The snow-like sword landed on the king of Zhongyuan's sword of King Path. The person who attacked was Zhuxiaonian. With a pew sound, the two swords intersected, coming into contact with each other. The king of Zhongyu only felt a bone-piercing coldness that suddenly traveled from the hand holding the sword to his elbow. In an instant, his entire right hand didn't seem to belong to him, and he couldn't feel anything. His sword technique also collapsed, and he couldn't make a move. Just as Wen Xingtian said, he was only a Skysoar realm cultivator who had been raised by medicine, and his spiritual energy was far from a real Skysoar realm cultivator. As for his combat experience, he was far from a real Skysoar realm cultivator. The king of Zhongyuan was both shocked and furious. He snorted. "Where did this little bitch come from? You're courting death." His empty left palm suddenly turned golden and jade-like, and he slammed it out madly. Even though the two of them had only been in contact for a short while, the king of Zhongyuan had already keenly sensed that the woman who had appeared out of nowhere might have created a result that was almost like a dream, but at the end of the day, she only had a unique cultivation technique. Her cultivation realm was only SOSO, and he had a high chance of killing her with one strike. Zhuxiaonian's pretty face was as cold as frost. Her white dress fluttered in the wind, and her sword was light and graceful. She was like a fairy dancing in the wind. Hundreds of sword strikes in succession carried extreme coldness that could freeze all things, and completely blocked the king of Zhongyuan's attack. She was only at the peak of Cloud Transformation Realm, and she hadn't even reached the God Reigning Realm. However, her foundation and accumulation were so profound that any expert would be stunned by her. The king of Zhongyuan had exhausted most of his energy to perform the Skysoar Realm spatial seal, leaving Yi Chongqing and the others outside the battle. He was facing Wen Xingtian alone. She had seized the opportunity to enter, and it could be said that she had seized the moment when Jun Taifeng's strength was at its lowest. Zhuxiaonian seized the opportunity and broke the king of Zhongyuan's attack with a single sword strike. She also seized the opportunity to attack, and forced the king of Zhongyuan to continue his counterattack. Wen Xingtian let out a muffled groan, but his body dodged. The situation had changed, and it was meaningless to continue using self-detonation. Since it was useless, no one would want to self-detonate. Unless they were in a desperate situation, who would really want to die? In the blink of an eye, the king of Zhongyuan's golden jade hand and the tip of Zhuxiaonian's sword had collided dozens of times. Thin lines of blood shot out from the king of Zhongyuan's palm. The sharpness of the Spirit Snatcher sword, coupled with the power of Zhuxiaonian's Moon Soul Sutra, was something that even the king of Zhongyuan's physique couldn't withstand. Just as the blood spurted out, it was instantly frozen. The king of Zhongyuan's left and right hands were injured one after another, and they were frozen stiff by the extreme cold. The mysterious ice qi that Zhuo Xiaoyan had refined during this period of time poured into his blood vessels and skin in an extremely frenzied manner. The situation of the battle didn't develop as the king of Zhongyuan expected. Zhuo Xiaoyan's strength and combat power, especially her cultivation method, were all beyond his expectations. After this round of confrontation, Zhuo Xiaoyan grunted, and her pretty face flushed red. Her body floated backward, and with a flip, she retreated to the top of the wall. Her delicate body swayed a little, and then she steadied herself again. She held her long sword and stared at the battle ring. The moment Zhuo Xiaoyan broke the space seal, Enchanting and the others were all veterans of hundreds of battles. Their combat experience was so rich that it made one's hair stand on end. How could they let go of such an opportunity? They rushed up at the first moment, and while protecting Wen Xingtian, they joined hands and launched a fierce counterattack against the king of Zhongyuan. Chapter 773. Xiang Quangren took the lead. With a loud roar, he descended from the sky like a god, his overlord halberd smashing down like a mountain-splitting axe. At this moment, the king of Zhongyuan's left and right hands were frozen, and his internal organs were invaded by Zhuo Xiaoyan's cold air. His combat strength had been reduced by more than half. With Zhuo Xiaoyan's current cultivation, she could only attack once in a battle of this level, even if she concentrated all her cultivation and aimed at the moment when the opponent's strength was reduced. However, this one attack was enough to turn the tide of the battle and turn defeat into victory. Faced with Xiang Quangren's fierce attacks, the king of Zhongyuan did not dare to take them head-on. He quickly swayed his body and constantly changed his mysterious footwork, trying his best to avoid the continuous attacks that were like a storm. When Xingtian moved forward and stabbed the king of Zhongyuan's thigh with his sword, the king of Zhongyuan did not make a sound and kicked Wen Xingtian away. Lu Yichuan stabbed the queen of Zhongyuan's waist with his sword but was kicked in the chest. He spat out blood and retreated. Xiang Quangren once again descended from the sky, the overlord's halberd striking the prince of Zhongyuan's back like a thunderbolt. With a dull thud, the prince of Zhongyuan let out a muffled groan as his body lunged forward, directly meeting Enchanting's sword head-on. With a poof, the sword pierced through his shoulder. However, the prince of Zhongyuan's yuan qi surged all over his body, causing Wen Xingtian's sword, which was originally stuck in his right leg, to fly out, the hilt ruthlessly hitting Enchanting's chest. Then, blood spurted out from the wound on his leg and hit Enchanting's face like a 1,000-pound hammer. Enchanting grunted and fell to the sky. He was knocked into the stars and could not distinguish between anything and everything. Roar! With a loud roar, the king of Zhongyuan's right hand, which could barely move, blocked Qing Gaiying's attack. Unfortunately, he was not as agile as usual and 3 of his fingers fell off. However, the king of Zhongyuan grunted and the yellow light on his body suddenly flashed wildly. Suddenly, blood spurted out from the broken fingers on his hand, knocking Qing Gaiying's sword aside. The sword was covered in frost. The king of Zhongyuan took advantage of the moment when his fingers were cut off to release the cold air that invaded his body and counterattacked Qing Gaiying. Qing Gaiying roared, his face covered in frost. The Zhongyuan king channeled all of his attack power into his body and forced the icy power out of his hands. For this, he paid the price of severe internal injuries. The 2 blood swords even caused him to spit out half of the blood in his body. Zhongyuan's head was dizzy and his eyes were blurred. However, the other result of doing so was that the 6 of them wouldn't be able to seize the opportunity to beat him to death due to his stiff body. Zhuo Xiaoyan's ice seal had created an opportunity to instantly kill the king of Zhongyuan. However, the king of Zhongyuan's cultivation was too high a level. Was of the king of the sky realm, was of Zhongyuan's of S's. Although he had to pay a hefty price, with his Skysoar realm cultivation base, he was still able to put up a fight against them. Just as the king of Zhongyuan was rejoicing over his choice and circulating his inner qi to allow his body to regain its agility, A cold light suddenly flashed. The mountain and river sword in Grandma Shi's hand flew out and shot over like a shooting star, piercing into the king of Zhongyuan's chest. This desperate gambit was the culmination of Grandma Shi's lifetime's cultivation. The king of Zhongyuan's SS combat strength was depleted and his body was still stiff. Yet he was hit. Just as Grandma Shi was rejoicing over her success, the king of Zhongyuan grunted. Not only did the mountain and river sword fail to penetrate his body, but it also bounced off. A soft crack was heard, indicating that one of the king of Zhongyuan's ribs was broken. However, such a powerful attack only achieved this little result. His dragon robe is a treasure. Xiang Quangren roared. The overlord halberd descended again. Xiang Quangren had already come to this conclusion when he attacked the king of Zhongyuan's back. Grandma Shi's attack further confirmed this conclusion. However, the king of Zhongyuan had already activated the golden jade hand with his left hand and slammed his palm on the overlord halberd. Xiang Quangren roared as the overlord halberd flew out of his hand and into the night sky. His body was also sent flying like a broken ball. This was a long story. However, a series of unforeseen events happened in the blink of an eye. Out of the 7 people who were fighting, 6 of them were already heavily injured. The king of the Zhongyuan roared as he prepared to follow up with another attack. Although he was heavily injured and his combat strength was greatly reduced, he was still a Skysoar realm expert after all. His endurance was far greater than Xiang Quangren and the others. Especially since he had already broken through the ice seal, he had regained his mobility. In this battle where both sides were heavily injured, the king of Zhongyuan regained the upper hand. Although he was in a sorry state and was heavily injured, with his limbs injured and even his fingers cut off, he was still the strongest among everyone present. He was far above everyone else. At this moment, the surrounding atmosphere changed again. The temperature of the entire place suddenly changed from the bone-chilling cold to the scorching heat of summer. In an instant, it became extremely hot. A huge sun suddenly appeared, and another figure flew into the air. The light was so dazzling that everyone present could not see anything. A young man's voice shouted, "Eat my sword." The king of Zhongyuan laughed maliciously. Although he could not see because of the sudden light, his ability to listen to the wind did not diminish. He could still take advantage of the situation and launch a large-scale counterattack. In particular, the person who shouted just now had a cultivation base that was not enough to reach the apex. At most, he was only at the cloud transformation realm. He was even weaker than the girl who attacked just now. The king of Zhongyuan's sword of the king was brazen. It was mixed with the power of a torrential river. However, with a loud boom, 2 huge hammers arrived with great force. One of the hammers smashed onto the king of Zhongyuan's sword like the thunder god splitting the sky, while the other smashed directly onto the king of Zhongyuan's palm. With a muffled bang, a hidden cold light flew out at an extremely fast speed. Zuoxiao Duo let out a blood-curdling scream as he flew back like a rubber ball under the violent impact without any fuss. Although he had used the hammer to smash the sword and the hammer to the palm, catching the enemy off guard and taking advantage of the situation, Zuoxiao's cultivation base was worlds apart from the king of Zhongyuan's. It could not be measured by logic. He could not even withstand the most basic rebounding force. If it were not for the fact that the hammers had already neutralized more than 80% of the rebounding force, this strike would have been enough to kill Zuoxiao Duo. However, the effect of Zuoxiao's attack was immediate, and the effect was outstanding. The king of Zhongyuan closed his eyes abruptly. This cold light shot straight into his right eyelid. Even though he circulated his energy with all his might to resist, that cold light still broke through the vital chi seal on his eyelid and pierced halfway into his eye. The 7-inch all pierced a full 3 inches into his eyeball. The king of Zhongyuan's right eye was destroyed just like that. A gush of black blood also spurted out. The king of Zhongyuan staggered in excruciating pain. He cursed furiously, "Despicable!" The other party shouted, "Eat my sword!" Under the strong light, the king of Zhongyuan's vision was blocked. Although he could determine the direction of the other party's attack with his ability to listen to the wind, he could only use his sword to meet the other party's sword. In the end, what he received was a huge hammer. 2 consecutive hammers, one on his sword and the other on his hand. Both his hand and sword were destroyed. More importantly, a hidden weapon that came out of nowhere suddenly appeared, and the moment it appeared, it was already right in front of his eyes. It pierced his eyes, and there was no room for him to dodge. At that moment, the king of Zhongyuan was in so much pain that he wanted to die. This was the first time in his life that he had been plotted against so viciously. He was a noble to begin with. Even though his cultivation base was great when it came to real battle experience, he was far from being able to compare to Wen Xingtian and the others. If Wen Xingtian was attacked while he could not see anything, his first choice would definitely be to retreat. However, when the king of Zhongyuan instantly determined that the other party's cultivation base was not high, he chose to move forward and wanted to kill the other party instantly. That was why he suffered such a great loss that he could practically be said to have died with a remaining grievance. Yes, there was also the fact that he had been injured repeatedly, his body was damaged, his body was cold and hot, the rotation of ice and fire, and other factors that greatly affected the king of Zhongyuan's senses. If that were not the case, with the ability of a Skysoar realm cultivator to listen to the wind, how could he possibly be able to tell that there was such a huge difference between the attack from a sword and a huge hammer? The king of Zhongyuan's luck had deteriorated, and even the situation that should not have happened at all had happened. Zhuoxiao Duo, who was sent flying by the huge force, was caught by Zhuoxiaonian. He tilted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Panting, he muttered, as expected of an expert. Truly amazing. Then he muttered, "How dare he insult my wife? If I don't hit him twice with my hammer, I won't feel at ease. Even if he's a heavenly king, I'll still hit him twice with my hammer. I can't even bear to insult my wife." Even at such a critical moment, Zhuoxiaonian did not know whether to laugh or cry. At the same time, she felt an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. While circulating her energy to heal him, she pouted and grumbled, "Only you can do that." Zhuoxiao's attack just now had been well planned. First, he used the blazing sun divine art to create a huge sun to confuse the enemy's eyes. Then he called out for a sword, but in fact he used his hammer to confuse the enemy's judgment. The key to defeating the enemy was the surprise attack with the hidden weapons. In fact, what he used were 2 hidden weapons. He wanted to destroy the king of Zhongyuan's eyes and end this battle in one fell swoop. However, when he used the second hidden weapon, the surging energy was already close to him. His body involuntarily retreated, and as he leaned back instinctively, the hammer was deflected and sent flying. The wind howled as Chenggang rushed over with a face full of frost. The 6 of them were fearless again. They surrounded the king of Zhongyuan and attacked him crazily, as if they were hanging on his body. The king of Zhongyuan's left hand was crippled by the hammer, and the sword in his right hand was bent into the shape of a bow. One of his eyes was blinded, and some of the awl's tip had penetrated his brain. This was the moment when the pain was the most intense. At the same time, it was also the moment when his mind was the most muddled. It was also the best opportunity to kill him. The 6 of them were experienced fighters. How could they give the king of Zhongyuan a chance to catch his breath? Amidst the king of Zhongyuan's crazed roars, the storm of attacks continued. At this moment, he had already lost count of how many attacks he had received. The attacks were like raindrops falling on his body, limbs, and bones. With a hysterical roar, the yellow light exploded for the last time. An unparalleled power accompanied by a mouthful of blood crazily spurted out. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.